Willie's in the morning first thing. Oh my gosh. Well, then you need to ask that question. Absolutely, because that's a story.
I have it on my calendar and I'm just like, it's canceled.
Oh,
We
well,
only have 10 minutes.
but I can tell you what happened and how we did it.
Okay.
It was even better.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Far better. Far better. And look on board, there are some new faces.
You're good to go. Oh, what's going on? Oh, my computer was.
I just haven't got through all of it.
Well, I took 5 minutes to learn that I'm typing page. If I have like one bar and one has it.
Well, it says it's recording, so.
Yeah.
Oh, we're recording?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Good morning, everybody. This is our second day of hearings for the 2025 lodging tax funds distribution for Kitsap County. Today, we have, to start the morning, we have the pleasure of the Washington State Science and Engineering Fair. We have a total of 24 applicants this year for lodging tax. I guess the record, if I recall correctly, with a total ask of $4.1 million. We have $1.3 million to distribute. So we've got to hear all good, make a good presentation. But all the sessions are recorded. You're welcome to join and listen if you'd like when you're not presenting. And then upon completion of the presentations this afternoon, we're going to do the deliberations. And that is also open for listening if you'd like to. No commentary at that point, but we can listen if you'd like. Or you can stay here and back and listen for the day. I know we did that last year, but same rules as last year. 10 minutes to present. Vicki has the clock, and she will give you warnings when we get close to the end. And then upon the completion of that 10 minutes for your presentation, there will be 10 minutes for the panel to ask questions about your proposal if they need to. So, do you have any questions before we start?
I don't think so.
It's not your first rodeo.
It's not my first rodeo, but you know, every time is a ride.
And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Carolyn Stein. I am the Executive Director for the Washington State Science and Engineering Fair. I do see some familiar faces and some new ones. Thank you. And first and foremost, thank you for volunteering. I know Rebecca down there understands volunteers. I understand volunteers. It's a challenge to do that. We were just kind of chatting about what it takes to do it. And you have a task ahead of you. So thank you for what you're doing. I would like to speak to you a little bit about the Washington State Science and Engineering Fair. Actually more than 10 minutes, but I've got to wrap it down into that. And let you know that we are in our 68th year, just a kind of a brief go over for the new people here. And our 68th year, it started in Kitsap County, it stays in Kitsap County. And for 68 years, we are on our 3rd generation of students because we provide a science and engineering fair for grades 1 through 12 statewide. But what do those students have to do with tourism? Well, as an example, a 3rd grader, how could you consider a 3rd grader a tourist? Because that tourist, that 3rd grader, has parents, teachers, mentors. They have a community around them that come with them and go to them things. They go to ball games and they go to science and engineering fairs. So we have about 2.7, and how you do 0.7 for the person, I don't know, but that's for those statistical people that come with each of our students or our tourists. And what does that equate to you? And how does that work? Is because I want you to be mindful that while you're deliberating today, that these funds are specific to the RCW to bring tourism to Kitsap County. It has to be that they put people in your hotels. It has to be that they put people in your restaurants, that they bring dollars into Kitsap. I love the fact, this is my home. I was raised in Kitsap. I could go into that for more than 10 minutes, but we won't. But the point of it being is that I too am local and I love our local festivals, but the money here is to bring money in. And we do that. We bring more than $1.4 million valuation return ROI on your investment. We bring more than $500,000 in volunteer man hours. I need 500 to 600 deferred volunteers every year to make this work. Just in judges alone that weekend. So everybody, volunteer, come to the fair and be a judge. Okay, and how do we do this? I just put out 10,000 posters, 11 by 17 posters. You have an example in your kit that you got. And those went to public, private, parochial, homeschool, tribal, all across the state. It went to makers fairs, public libraries. It went to businesses. It went to unions. It went all over. It went electronically and it went also in print media. By the International Science and Engineering Fair rules, we are required to do print media. So that's why we do that. But on everything we have a QR code because we are also conscious about sustainability and the amount of paper that we put out. So how do we differentiate ourselves? We are 100% board with 2 directors. And we have, like I said, about 600 volunteers that we do this. And it's statewide. For you new people, this is more than, bean plants and volcanoes anymore. The science fair has gone far beyond that. Okay, they're making a difference in our society, in our health, in our education, in our space exploration, in our development, in energy, in every facet. It's either science, is wiggly, iggly, gooey, and stinky, or it's engineering, it's bigger, better, and faster. So everything in our world is affected by what we do. That's the tourism. That's the tourists, the unique tourists that we bring to Kitsap County. So not only are we bringing a return of investment, but we're bringing something that is sustainable for our community, society, and the world as a whole. And right now we are in discussions with Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair to bring that to our area in 2020. Will it be Kitsap? Most likely not, I'll be honest, but will Kitsap benefit? Most likely will, because I'm taking it with us. So I'm happy that next week they'll be here, boots on the ground, and taking those discussions. So I'm going to kind of go through this, kind of what we do. We have more than 1.1 million students enrolled in our schools statewide. And we have 2,515 public schools. And we have about 787 private schools. And all of that's in your materials. Talk to me about the private schools real quick. I'll tell you the tale of 2 schools, 2 private schools. One local in Kitsap, one in Pasco. Okay, I've been in communication with them just in this last week with both of them. Our local school, the principal reached out and said, we have 90 students. They're here in Kitsap County. They're in the central Kitsap area. Their goal is to bring each of those students to the Science and Engineering Fair. They want to bring, all they have to do is set the alarm, get in the car, drive to Bremerton High School, and present their project to the judges. That's 90 of our local students that will benefit. But that doesn't fulfill what this money that you have being charged to distribute fulfills. That's a bonus. We like that. That's a bonus. I got contacted by a private school also. It's in Pasco. They received our flyers. They want to know more about it. They're doing their planning and field trip. They're bringing their entire private school to the fair this year. Not to present a science and engineering project, although I'm not done talking to them about that yet, because I really want the kids to do that. But because they want their students to come to this area and they want to experience the area. And they said, we're from the middle of the state, we're from Yakima. We'd like to experience salt water. Is it really salty? Let's show the students what it's like. So think about that for a second. Because of the state fair, because of your funding to us, not only are our local students benefiting, that's the bonus side, but we are fulfilling the RCW by bringing all these tourists to our area. Because while they're here, I'm helping them set up with hotels because they're going to be here 2 nights. Okay, they have to be able to have a hotel that will take and facilitate a bus. Now I know which hotels in our county facilitate that. I also want to be able to have access to beaches. I know which ones facilitate that. I can help them with that. I'll work with the Turner Joy. I'll work with the Naval Museum. I'll work with the Puget. I'll take them out to Hamsville. To the White House. There are a lot of things. Put them on a ferry from Bremerton to Port Orchard so they can experience a boat ride. There are a lot of things that we can do in our area. All of that comes into our marketing. All of that fulfills your RCW. All of that is what your money is supposed to fund. People in your hotels, people doing our activities, but people from outside the area. Please review our packet. I only have a couple minutes left. Real quick, I want to explain a little bit about the film that we produced. I have put it in there. I'm not allowed to bring any of the materials with me today, but in the packet, there is a link to that new movie. If you haven't seen it, go, don't walk, run, go to your computers, click on that link and experience from the student's point of view. Every student speaking on there, okay, that is not scripted. Nothing on that was scripted. Everything was just from the heart. When you hear from these students, you're tourists, and you see what they're doing. When you hear the woman, the young woman, I've been coming from the 4th grade. I'm a senior now. I've been to the science fair every year. I started in environmental projects. I'm now doing astrophysics. And she was one of our Washington representatives at the International Fair, who took honors, by the way, thank you much, first place. Or Kevin, one of our students, he's from Olympia, again, more than 50 miles away. And what he did was he's designing airplane wings in a different trajectory to make a more efficient airplane. I can't even fathom that. Yet this high school student is explaining this, again, representing us. I only have a few seconds left. I can't tell you how important your funding is. We do not receive any state funding, educational funding. We survive solely on donations and sponsorships. We need your sponsorship in order to keep this 68-year-old project going, in order to keep the tourists coming, in order for us to give back to our community in our state and our country and our world. Please continue to fund the Washington State Science and Engineering Fair. You won't be sorry that you did it. Mark your calendars. I want to see all of you at the fair, some of you as judges, okay? I just need all of you judges and volunteers. And if you're retiring and you're going to be doing this, we need those kind of volunteers as well. So I just say, it is a wonderful program. Come check us out. Please ask your questions. I know there's at least one I can't wait to answer. Thank you. And I didn't follow this.
So
I don't know what I like.
I'm going to ask you a question. Where the hell did you teach that?
I am not a teacher. I am not an educator. I am not a scientist or an engineer. I'll be honest with you. This is the coolest thing I never wanted to do, but I mark it like a fiend. Okay?
You definitely do. Yeah.
We have more than $2 million in 100% donated scholarships, prizes, and trips for the students. And that's what I do for the fair. I come and I bring it to you. And I take it everywhere else too. At the Puyallup Fair, I sat there for 3 days. And I don't mean I sat behind a table. I stood out the aisles and talked to people as they go by. I went to, as a couple other outreaches. So I do go a lot of places, and everywhere I go, I bring Kitsap County with me. This is home. I'm proud of it. Questions?
You were saying you were bringing people. Are you tracking where everybody's coming from?
Absolutely. I work with scientists and engineers. They drive me crazy with numbers. Okay? Not the numbers one. So you bet. We do surveys. We survey them. We have in our program, in our program, we have a QR code that they can go into a anonymous survey. We have it at our fair. As they come in, we give them a sticker. We can ask them there, where are you from? How many people? Did you stay in a hotel? And did you spend more than $200 beyond food and lodging? So we do a lot of tracks. It's factual data. When you look at our numbers in our packet, and I hope it, and I see some of you got it in front of you. Great, thank you. Work hard on those. Those numbers are in there. Okay. Those numbers are in there, and they're down. Without a village. It's not projections. Question?
I think I'm missing it, Carolyn. I always love your presentations. And
Oh, thank you.
it's a joy to experience this with you.
Couldn't come to the fair.
I wish I could, but I'm gonna have surgery next spring. So anyway, I'm trying to find, because you know me, I'm the numbers person, right?
Mhm.
I can't see in here how many student participants you had like this year and what your maybe increased projection might be for next year.
Yes, I have to know that because I have to get bags, because we have bags with our logos on them and all of this. We had approximately 700 projects, about 670 something, but some of those are teams in that. So we had about 700. We are projecting more than that because I have a lot more coming. Pre-pandemic, we had 3,500 people we put through in 2 days in our event. And last year we had just a little over 2,500 we're rebuilding. It takes time. We lost 3 years just like everyone else did in that darn pandemic, but we lost students. Okay, we lost teachers, we lost a lot. And so we have to get those students built back up with what they're doing. And I'm really pleased with the recovery that we're doing. So we're on a projection right now. I'm estimating an additional 150 more students, tourists. But remember, each of them bring 2.7. So, and then we also have a lot of new things that we're doing. So our program, right now I'm working on trying to get flight simulators at our event so that they can, land an airplane. And the Army has pledged their 40-foot STEM van full of the latest techno gizmos and a robot. $750,000 EOD robot. So come drive your tax dollars. Don't crash it. I don't want that on me. We've had everything. We've had police action at our fair. We've had a fire drill. It's nothing to have the fire alarms go off and have this big event going. And it was a hot plate from one of our vendors, one of our display people. I knew it wasn't a fire. And everyone's going, oh gosh, what do you do? And you see a little sixth-grader, reach up and grab the parent's hand and go, it's okay, Mom, I know what this is. It's just a fire drill. Come on with me, I'll show you what to do. You gotta look. You gotta look. And I think you had didn't you have a question about the International Space Station?
Me, I do.
Yes.
Yes, that was on your 24.
Last year.
Yes.
Yes.
And I had it on my calendar, but I went out and researched it and said it was canceled. So I just wanted to know more about that. But how about you?
As in science and engineering, not everything that you plan might work the way that you think it will. What a surprise, right? As in everything else. But we are the science fair, so we should be able to figure it out. We had it set up for our students to talk to the International Space Station, to interact with astronauts. We had selected the students, we had them all lined up, we had about a dozen students ready to go. What we didn't plan was that for the first time in the 20 years of their program, they had to cancel someone. It was us, okay? Evidently, the Russians had absconded with the docking station because they were going to dock the Soyuz that weekend. And they could, so we had just about 9 days prior, we got told that it most likely would not happen. And then we got told it will not happen right before. So we pivoted, get on the phone. Okay, I have a whole bunch of students waiting to talk to astronauts. I am not disappointing these kids. What are we going to do? And we worked together as a board, as a team, and came up with the idea of postcards. And this is what we did. Not only did we just have like 10 kids that could talk to astronauts, we gave everyone, judges, students, public participants, everybody got a postcard. They self-addressed it to themselves. On the other side, they wrote a message, drew a picture, we put out markers, everybody had these postcards. At the bottom of it was, of course, a label that said Washington State Science and Engineering Fair, Bremerton, Kitsap County, right, Washington. And then we took all these postcards, self-addressed, with their own personal message on the back. And we shot them into space. And they came back postmarked from space. And everybody got a postcard. That's what we did. So instead of only 10 kids that got to talk to astronauts and the rest of us got to listen and be thrilled, we were participating. It was the best pivot ever. Thank you for asking. Sometimes a failed idea that you can take from there and you turn it into something even better and greater, again, that's what your funding does. And those postcards will be mementos forever, and they're going to remember that they were in Kitsap County with the science fair. This stuff lasts lifetimes. They're hung on walls. They're in family albums. They're talked about over Thanksgiving turkey. Okay, it's not just at the science fair. That's the culmination. Next March 28 and 29, which you're marking your calendars for the year. Next March 28 and 29, okay, isn't just about that weekend. It's not just about the fair. It's actually all year long. Like I said, we do outreach every year. We were just at Liberty Lake. That's right, a little tiny, spot right between Idaho and Washington State. And there for the Science Teachers Conference, where we met with teachers all across the state. We travel to where people are, and we go wherever invited. I've been to Maker's Fair. This month alone, we were at the Liberty Lake for the conference. I've been to a Maker's Fair, and I went to a kinetic sculpture fair. If you haven't done that, that's really important. But that's outreach. That's what it takes. It takes more than one contact. It takes at least 3 contacts. If you don't believe me, how many times have you heard that car jingle on the radio and go, oh God, not one more time? But you remember it, you know it. Okay, so they get it in the mail. We send them electronic. We go to their places. We go to their schools. We talk to them on the phone year round. We bring them everywhere we go. We take your dollars and we take them to the people, to bring people here. We bring you churros. Please find us. All of your CW, all of your hearts, come to the fair. Questions? I have my man supports me wonderfully. I could not do everything that I do. As an example, as I'm washing out the car going, oh my gosh, I forgot my notebook. I've got to go back. I'm like, where's my coffee? He goes, I'm already in the car. Keys are in the ignition. Okay. I can't tell you enough. That's wonderful. And that's personal. But I also have a board. Remember that volunteer board I told you about? There are 11 volunteers on that board. And they're not just from Kitsap County. They're from Oregon, one in Arizona. They're on our board from across the state, from Spokane. So when we have a meeting, when we gather here, they also fill our hotels because they need a place. I'm just saying, and it's not just, I know that we're in Bremerton at the Bremerton High School and Performing Arts Center. It's because I need a large venue, a very large venue with a large stage, because we do a lot of it. Check out that film and you'll see. But it's because we fill the hotels there. But I need hotels with buses. I need hotels with waterfront. I need bed and breakfast. I need there's a variety of places that we fill. I need all of our hotels in our county, and we put people in it. I do tell them, show your badge, tell them you're there with the science fair. I'm hoping that they do that for you.
You ask for all the stuff in Bremerton?
Yes, we do. I have requested that, and just like with here, there is more asked than there is available. And just like there, I'm always unsure. But be mindful, we do not carry debt. So if we don't receive the funding, we don't do the project. And I need that money to market. 100% of the money goes to market. I have to stop. But I'm available for any kind of event that you'd like to bring me to. So, and I'm happy to speak on almost any topic. So just go for it. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything you do, seriously. Thank you. See you.
Have a good one.
Pardon? March 28, 29.
So our next one is going to be Washington State Golf Association. And they're online. Okay, but if you need to, does anybody need to just have a moment? Do your notes. Are you ready? Yeah. We can see this.
science, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think that's better than my. No. You're just like me. She's like.
Football. If you turn around, play
I have a
offense.
grandson who plays. Oh, with
I guess they're all.
oh. Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to write on that than the actual out. It's not worth the time. You should print it all. Oh, yeah. All right, you guys good? Yep. Okay. You're still recording?
Hi Nate, I'm promoting you over to a panelist, so you'll be able to speak. You're unmuted now. Can you hear us okay?
Good morning. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah,
That was not for volume.
yeah.
There he is.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for letting me join you today.
Good morning, Nate. So this is the Kitsap County 2025 lodging tax distribution meeting. So we had 24 applications submitted this year for lodging tax funds for 2025. That is a record. And then on top of that, it's the largest ask at $4.1 million.
Wow.
We have a total of $1.3 million to disperse. So we started hearings yesterday. We're going to conclude hearings today and then move into deliberations. You are welcome to listen in on the rest of the day after your presentation and listen in to the deliberations. Just will not be able to provide any commentary on your part. So the ground rules for presentations, we're going to give you 10 minutes to present. Vicky's going to be sitting here with a timer, and she's going to give you like a 5-minute warning, and then a 1-minute warning, and then a stop when your time's up, if you're still going. And then from there, we'll move into a 10-minute question and answer period where the panel can ask you questions about your application, and then you'll have that chance to answer. There's about 10 minutes for that as well. So if you have any questions before we start?
Nope, I think I can get ready to get going.
Okay, well then give floor to you. It's all you.
All right. Well, again, thank you, everybody. Sounds like you guys have a good problem this year, so I will do my best to make a pitch on behalf of Washington Golf here. As I've laid out in our project proposal here, this is the 25th year that we have hosted this championship. This would be the first time that we will be in Bremerton for it. However, Washington Golf has been hosting championships throughout Washington and northern Idaho for over 100 years now. We have a strong membership base, over 80,000. We've got great participation in our championship events, and we've got a lot of loyal participants that play year after year, regardless of where we're at. The women's floorball championship, which we'll be bringing to Kitsap Golf and Country Club, is one of our stronger events. We regularly see 120 participants, and those players come from all over the state. Like I said, our reach goes all the way up into northern Idaho. We see many players from Spokane, the Tri-Cities, Yakima, all over, and even all throughout King County and the northern Puget Sound region as well. With the location being across on the other side of the Puget Sound, the vast majority of our players for this event will be traveling to the Bremerton area, and they'll be staying for multiple days. They usually travel with their partner. Roughly, we would approximate about 75% of our field, so 90 players will be traveling and lodging for a few days here to take part in this event. We always reach out to at least 2 local hotels to secure courtesy room blocks for our players, to secure a preferred rate and push them to a local hotel. We've got a couple that we've worked with before. We'll likely go back to, usually in downtown Bremerton, for various other events that we've done in the area. These tournaments for us are ultimately something that our association does at a loss. Our funding to keep our organization strong doesn't come from our events. That comes from our membership. So everything that we do with these events ultimately comes at a loss for us. So anything that we can get in lodging tax certainly helps us out to bolster these events, to keep them strong, and to help keep bringing the same participants back year after year. Essentially, this request and any funds that would be awarded would help offset our losses in what it's going to cost us to run this event next year. And we'll be able to add a little bit that will go back to the club as well. Also to Kitsap Golf and Country Club, if we're awarded additional funds, we'll be able to increase the amount that we award the golf club in a merchandise payout, into the food and beverage that we spend, and also into the course usage fee that goes back to the golf course. In addition to the players that will be coming to this event, we have a pretty dedicated base of volunteers. They are all over the Puget Sound region as well. Our rules officials, they travel to officiate these events and to work these events on our behalf. And just like players, they will stay in the preferred hotel. They'll spend their evenings at local restaurants, and they'll spend a couple days in the area, just like the players will. That was one thing I did forget to mention when it comes to the players, that they are on their own for food and beverage. In the evenings, we provide a meal during the event. They typically will eat at the golf course for lunch on the one day that we don't provide a meal, but these players, it's certainly a competitive event, but it's also a social event. They get together with friends, and oftentimes they travel in groups. They go out to dinners at local restaurants. It's as much a social activity for the players in the evenings as it is a golf event during the day. So on top of those players that would be traveling, we'd also see somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 volunteers that would be traveling as well to help us out to run this tournament, along with our staff included, which would be a staff of 3. aside from that, that's really what I have. That's my pitch. I don't need the full 10 minutes. I think I can wrap it up there, and we can move to the question and answer portion of it.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't have a question. Oh, no.
Sorry.
Well, I was going to ask him what his handicap was, but that's all right.
Mine's not that great. I don't play good enough golf to win any championships. I can get around and not embarrass myself.
I do have a couple of questions for you, Nate.
Yes.
The first one to ask, I'm looking over your 24 budget, and I'm just curious, the 4,000 you've requested for LTAC funds, is there anything specific within your budget that you would apply that to?
So yeah, we would increase that player lunch specifically. That would go up to 35 or $40 per player. And we would I guess to answer that, it would depend upon the amount that we got. If we got the full 4,000, we would try and bring the overall profit loss to zero and have it be a net break even event. And we would do that first through the player lunch. And then second, we would turn to either the merchandise credit that we award to players or the course usage fee that we pay to Kitsap Golf and Country Club.
The other question I have for you is to ask what type of advertising channels that you use to promote the event to like draw spectators versus just players, participants in their company.
Absolutely. We do a lot of social media activity. We do some paid advertising on Facebook, on Instagram, and on Twitter X. We also do a lot of direct marketing to our membership and to our email lists. We've got 85-ish thousand members, and we've got a contact list that is bigger than that from past members and information that we've collected from golf shows and other areas that some contests we run and that kind of thing where we've had some data collection. We do direct email marketing there as well as the pretty heavy social media marketing. We're not in TV or much print. We do also have the Pacific Northwest Golfer magazine, which is distributed by the Pacific Northwest Golf Association. That reaches about 190,000 members, and there is a Washington Golf insert in that magazine that goes out. That Washington Golf has some marketing in there as well. Our championship schedule goes in there every year, and it reaches a wider audience there through the Pacific Northwest Golfer magazine.
So 60 entry fees at 200 a person, but then in your notes, you're saying you're getting 120 people at these events. Is there a reason why your projections are half of what you've been experiencing?
Sorry, that's 60 sides, so that's 62 player teams.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that's because we take the entry on the team basis and not the individual basis.
And how many people actually come and watch the event on average?
I would say there's not a whole lot of spectators, but there's a fair amount of caddies that come and help a player out, which is just an additional player that takes part in the tournament. Most of the spectators would be local. There are a handful, maybe in the 20 to 30 range of somebody's either relation of some sort, mother, father, sister, brother that come and watch. But for this event in particular, it's not very spectator heavy. It's much more the additional participants are caddies, which probably about somewhere in the neighborhood of 20% of the field will have a caddy that helps them out during the round and is with them for the tournament.
much as the conclusion of the questions.
Okay. Thank you guys very much. I guess I do have one question I should have asked at the beginning. Maybe I didn't catch you. Is the determination immediately after the interviews, or is there a longer time period?
Yeah, I apologize. I should have addressed that at the opening. So we're gonna conduct deliberations here at the conclusion of all the presentations, and then from there we'll make a list of recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, we're hoping will make their final decision and approval no later than the end of November.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if Kelly's coming over, she'll be able to get it, so you don't need to let her in. But
I was gonna say, is it Penny?
yeah, it'll be Penny.
Okay. Let me see if she's.
We are gonna just pause the recording for a moment till the next interview.
Okay, that's already there. All right, so this is the Kitsap County 2025 lodging tax funds distribution committee meetings. So we are taking all the applications and listening to your presentations. We have 24 applicants this year with a total ask of $4.1 million, and we have $1.3 million to disperse. So
The math's not working on that.
So this is our second day of hearings. We'll be concluding at the end of today and then moving into the deliberations after that, which you'll be welcome to sit and listen in on if you'd like, or via Zoom. No commentary will be allowed at that point, so you got to make yourself. So you'll have 10 minutes to do your presentation to the committee. Time will be kept right there with warnings. And at the end of 10 minutes, we'll let you finish your sentence, cut you off, and then we'll move into 10 minutes of questions and answers from the committee to all of you. And that's the conclusion of that. You'll dismiss if you'd like to leave. Our hope is to render some decisions in the deliberations, put together our suggestions to the Board of County Commissioners, and then they will make a final decision. And hopefully they'll have that published by the end of November. Okay, do you have any questions before we start? Okay, well, we'll let you take it away.
Sure. Well, good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Ken Bagwell. I'm president of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede Association. This is Penny Sapp. She's our vice president of our board. We're excited about this opportunity. We received funds, I think, 2 years ago, and it was really, I guess, for lack of a better term, a blessing for our organization. I mean, the ability to get the word out on what we're doing in this community has always been a problem for the organization. Believe it or not, as large as we are of an event, every year we still hear people who say, gosh, we didn't even know it was happening. And we're working so hard on that. So Penny has been amazing at getting these applications submitted and has all of the details that she'd like to share with you today, and then certainly answer your question.
So in 2019, I'm sure you're all aware of the Kitsap County Fair. In 2019, the commissioners created this board, and Ken and I were lucky enough to be delegated to sit on this board where we had to create a nonprofit. So now the Kitsap Fair falls under the association, so it's no longer county ran, and we're a nonprofit who relies on our income for the year of the fair to transfer over to the next year. We have very few paid employees. We have a very large board, but it's a working board. We all have full-time jobs, but we spend a lot of hours on this fair and writing grants. And so for what we did in this grant is we focused on marketing the fair and the Blues Festival, which I'll talk about. But marketing is so important, but it's so expensive. And Ken is right. When we are talking to members of our community, they're still unaware that we have a fair going on 5 days in August, and they're surprised. So even our posters that we put up and our billboards in the, in the Gorst highway, no one is seeing. So we've been expanding to the Tacoma I-5 corridor and what have you, but we have a very limited budget. So that's what we have included in our ask for this grant, along with some additional things like highlighting some of our show times. We really, we have a class act rodeo. We just had our 75th rodeo, right? And last year we celebrated our 100th fair. So we were really advertising the heck out of both of those. But we have people from all over the country, cowboys, coming to our county to one of the best rodeos, I believe, in the country. And I'm sure Ken would support me on that. And we book over 100 rooms for those people that come here to support our fair. And so we feel that this money would help us advertise more, get some more advertisement on TV, more online presence, and what have you, and just get the word out. This year, we also started our first blues festival, and we partnered. If you've already had the Admiral Theater here, have you had the Admiral? Okay. You probably heard about that. That was a great event. It fell 1 week after the fair, so we were all pretty numb after the 5 days of spending at the fairgrounds, and then came back 4 days later for a 3-day blues festival. But it was very small start, and we expected that because we had just a very quick turnaround. But the people that showed up came from Alaska, Canada, California, Texas, and they all got to enjoy the 3-day blues festival and are excited about this. And members of our community and of the state are excited that we actually have a blues festival so close by. We provided camping spots on the fairgrounds, and we had 75 campers. We actually sold out of camping spots this year, and they enjoyed sitting at the parks the 3 days and relaxing and listening to the blues festival. And I'm not a fan of the blues festival, or at least I wasn't until that weekend, but what a great member community that it draws, and we think this is going to be successful. We're planning on doing it every Labor Day weekend, right after the fair. So our fair board is not only going to be working very hard the 5 days of the fair preparing for that, but we're going to work with Admiral Theater, and so we've asked for marketing money on that. Now we do work with Admiral 50-50 on that, and I understand they probably asked for money for the same event, so I guess we'll have to, or you guys will have to figure that out, but we do have to come in because you don't have a lot of money. But we have to split the cost 50-50, and we provide the grounds and what have you, but we need to advertise this. We want this blues festival to be one of the best in the country, and we think it has the ability to do that, just like our fair does. And we sit before you today just as, like I said, working board members who want to continue these community events so that our community members have fun events to attend locally and at a very low price, and actually draw more people to Kitsap County. I mean, I think it was great that we had people from Canada coming here and camping for 3 days, and then asking if they could do it, can camp there all year long. And I'm like, no, you can't do that. That's a different story, but they enjoy the area, and I think it's very promising. So that's my presentation. You got it.
Yeah, let me just add a couple things about the fair and rodeo that I think are important. From my perspective, I've grown up showing animals at fairs. I grew up in a ranching community in southeastern Idaho. Frankly, a rodeo community as well. And Kitsap isn't necessarily that. And so what we're putting on is an opportunity for people to come and experience something that they don't always get. When I took on this position, I was surprised to see that we had cats in 4-H. Well, I didn't have cats growing up in 4-H. I wasn't part of the rural community. But here in our community, there's a really thriving 4-H club that shows cats because a lot of kids don't have the space to grow, a steer. And there are a lot of downstream effects of that within our community, from all of the normal livestock that you see to the poultry and cats that you wouldn't always see. The opportunity for people to be involved, to have an experience, to harken back to a rural, atmosphere and time is, I think, really important for the community as a whole. As far as our rodeo goes, this last year, in every single event, in every single performance, we had at least 4 of the top 10 cowboys and cowgirls in the world performing. That is the quality that our rodeo has. We had the CEO of the PRCA. The PRCA is the sanctioning body for professional rodeo in our country. And the CEO came Friday night, even though it was a complete washout. I don't know if any of you made it out on Friday, but we were completely underwater. We still held the rodeo. And after walking out into the middle of an arena that was filled with about 6 inches of mud and presenting us with an award, he came back, we sat down, and I took him back to his hotel, and he said, I probably saw your rodeo in its worst conditions, and it was an amazing rodeo. And that's the CEO of the PRCA. Wow. So, what we're doing out there is building our event into something that is a premier event, both on the fair side and the rodeo side. This year, the state comes and does an analysis of your fair every year. And this year we received the best marks that we've ever received from the state, with the type of education that we're providing, the type of displays that are available for people to see and participate in. And then, of course, on the rodeo side, we're receiving recognition around the country, around the world, really, for what we're doing. We're televised on the Cowboy Channel now. And we just expect our event to continue to get better and better and become one of the premier events in the state. Certainly on this side of the water, we know that we are offering an opportunity for a lot of people. A lot of small communities are losing their fairs. We have people showing animals coming to us from Jefferson County, Mason County. So again, from my perspective, our charter says we put on a fair and rodeo. We can only reach out and get as many community members participating as possible when we have the ability to get the word out. And so we really, again, appreciate the opportunity to be here and look forward to any funds that might be available.
10 seconds.
I'm kind of used to that. Can we add it to that? Yeah, it's 2 of them.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move into questions.
Go ahead.
So I was looking at your guys' the budget, the marketing budget. Just a question. So you have a 2 part-time content creators, part-time social media person. Is that something you guys did previously? Or is this something new for this year? I know it's not in what you're requesting, but I'm just.
That's actually board members that work all of that all year round. It's not somebody we pay for. It's just, I put matching funds just because that's what a lot of our board members do, is this kind of work.
Okay. We paid for a couple small items. We animated our logo this year. I don't know if any of you saw some of our social media content, but the Kitsap Fair and Stampede logo was animated. It was attached to all of our social media posts, and then the Cowboy Channel used it as well. But that was, all of the work and the time and putting together the content was done by volunteers.
Yeah, our content creators and social media people actually work for State Patrol. Like I said, they have full-time jobs, but they're board members who spend many, many hours all year round creating the social media content.
So you're just quantifying their in-kind hours.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
The Cowboy Channel, do they charge for?
No, the Cowboy Channel makes determinations based on the size of rodeo, how much money is in the purse for the cowboys as to what feed you are. We're not a live feed yet, but we're on their, what they would consider their B feed. So you can go online to the Cowboy Channel Plus. We have to provide cameras, equipment, everything else. They just show up. They make sure the feed gets out there. but they're just using our announcer, so he's, being broadcast, and so he's announcing the rodeo. Our hope is to get them here in the arena, actually lives with the Cowboy Channel folks who provide extra commentary. That would be a really neat event for Kitsap County.
Do you track how many people come in from outside of Kitsap County to the fair and to the rodeo and blues festival?
This year is the first year we actually had a new ticketing vendor, so it has the ability to do that, but we hadn't really become familiarized with this new software. So next year we anticipate that, and it was not helpful that at the same time our fair was going, this was due, so it was kind of like an estimate. So honestly wouldn't have been able to provide that. Next year, if we apply again, I will have last year's or this year's estimates of the outside, because you do have to use it if you do it online in your credit card, so it'll track your zip code. Yeah, it's better. The software is better than the years before that we have used. It wouldn't allow us to track that, and I know it's very important.
We have tried using the software that allows the track when you can see where cell phones are coming from. It's expensive to actually get the full, enchilada to do that. Last year we tried it a little bit, and so we were able to see, that we were getting a lot of traction from outside the county, folks coming in, but to put an actual number, we couldn't afford it.
So you know how many people, just in general, how many people came to the fair or not?
I think we estimated about 47,000 to 50,000 people this year. We did have rain on Friday and half of Saturday, so don't mark us against that. It's usually the numbers are better, but Friday, unfortunately, the rain was just relentless. But the rodeo was full packed.
We anecdotally believe that we average at about 4,000 people per rodeo performance, which would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then we have extreme bowls on Saturday, which is always a huge draw for us. This year, we're considering adding another rodeo type event on Sunday as well, because it just seems to be people are very interested in what's going on.
And our entertainment is where we would draw even more people from outside of the area. So this year we had Warren playing on Saturday night and then Midland on Sunday. So that's where we get the people from outside of the county.
Quick question on your billboard location. So you say I-5 corridor, where precisely is that? And like aside from Gorst, where else in Kitsap County do you try to do those billboards?
Yeah, so good question. Hazelwood was a partner, so their video board right along Roxy Egan's there had our advertisements. There's a billboard in Gorst. It's kind of tucked away when you're coming from the south. You can see it. Would be on the left side of the freeway coming in Gorst from the south.
Yeah, it's like right before the end.
Yes.
At the north end of the county. So I don't know if you know the guy that owned Mattress Ranch, retired, and we got the great big huge bowl that he used to have outside. We parked that up on the north end with the big banner on it. We had a name the bowl contest. And then in Fife, the great big huge video boards that you see after you pass the casino there, we utilized those in the month of August.
How expensive was that?
6,000.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all for a month?
It was, I think, about 3 weeks. Yeah. Not exclusive, of course, but they roll out real different.
Right.
But when you're at a traffic stop, it's great. You can watch it.
And then we have a billboard in East Bremerton that we used. I couldn't tell the exact location of that one, but.
And we're working with the gentleman that does the monster trucks. If you know, he's really good about advertising his monster truck events. And so what we're going to do is kind of follow his when he's done advertising his monster truck event. Then the fair comes, we're going to start putting up our banners there. So he's agreed to let us do that. So we're, if you see those monster trucks parked on the side of the road, like I said, you can't miss them. We're going to be doing the same thing. in his locations. Marketing.
And as someone who grew up in Tennessee and did 4-H from fourth grade to my first year of college, I can appreciate what you all have to go through for that fair. So, yeah, I didn't do anything on the livestock show inside. It was more on the home ec side, but I can appreciate that. Wouldn't imagine there's too many kids around here with sheep or something. So,
We have to draw from other communities to make sure that we have a full event. This year, we actually had more livestock enter through our open class than we've had in quite a while. So we're working on it.
how far out do those participants come in for like the livestock shows?
Jefferson County, Grace, Harper County, Mason County. We have kids from all over.
Yeah.
And this year, we've expanded our royalty opportunities for the pageant on the rodeo side, this rodeo Kitsap outside of the county as well, to try to draw other folks.
Oh, okay.
So then those kids coming out from outside the counties, they stay all week, don't they?
They do.
So then the families.
Yep, absolutely.
Somebody's gonna have to back to us.
And thank you for saying that, because that reminded me I think I wanted to ask real fast. So I know Admiral said that the Blues Fest was like thrown together really early in a very short, condensed timeline. And I know you all have the camping available on the fairgrounds, and then it was sold out. Do you have any way, aside from the Ray block for the rodeo riders, of the guesstimation of how many hotel rooms or hotel nights stayed might have been occupied during even the Blues Fest or even during the fair?
Well, we booked 100 rooms for the fair and rodeo in itself, but I don't have any way of tracking how many like outside community members booked rooms. But yeah, it's pretty full. So the Blues Festival, I could some in the future look at, but not this year. I mean, one of our board members and I just drove around the entire campground talking to everybody because we wanted to sit before you and tell you where individuals came from. You know, versus like, oh, it came from Port Orchard. No, it was license plates from everywhere, and we were asking them. They just follow these blues festivals. But I would probably have to work with the hotels, local hotels, to see if we could do it, or maybe some kind of tracking. But you know, all of our vendors that are here for 5 days, or even during the blues festival, they also spend money in this community going back out and buying supplies. So I think it's not only for the kids and what have you, it's a great revenue generator for the community, in the sense that we're drawing people here for 5-8 days now that we've added the Blues Festival to generate more revenue.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you. Just got some tough decisions to make.
You certainly do.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you guys.
We're gonna pause recording. The committee's gonna take a break. Ring again.
Unmute. Oh, right. Ready? Ready? Good. Ready. All right, welcome back. We're in the 2025 lodging tax funds distribution hearings. We have 24 applicants this year, our largest ever, $4.1 million in asks, and we have $1.3 million to distribute. So this is our second day of presentations, and you will have 10 minutes to present to the group. Right there. Here, we'll get your warning and everything, and then at the conclusion of the 10 minutes for presentation, or 10 minutes of questions and answers, we're anticipating, well, I actually back up. After the conclusion of the presentations, we will move into deliberations, where we figure out how it will be distributed, and then from there, the recommendation will be to the Board of County Commissioners, who we're anticipating will approve a decision by the end of November. Okay. So are you ready to? Sure. Any questions for us? No. Okay. Well, the floor is yours.
Wow. Okay.
was your name?
Oh,
I can't read it from there.
My name's Phil.
You're Phil. Hi, Phil. Okay. Well, good morning, folks. My name is Jerry Egan, and I'm a member of the Puget Sound Navy Museum Foundations Board, and I'm also the Secretary and Fundraising Chairman of the organization. Puget Sound Navy Museum is one of 10 Navy museums operates under the authority of the Navy History and Heritage Command in Washington, D.C. The Navy provides professional staff of 6 people that run the Puget Sound Navy Museum, and they get operating expenses. Marketing is not one of the operating expenses that's covered by the Navy, and it is fully funded by the foundation. Now, you might think that the museum located in downtown Bremerton is visited mostly by local folks and not tourists. Our recent survey tells a different story. Over 80% of the visitors come from other areas. Since I mentioned surveys, here's how we work that. As visitors arrive in the lobby, a volunteer greets them and reports their numbers on a hand counter. One of the group is asked to take a short survey on our iPad. Some of the questions on that survey are the same ones that you asked on the application. A daily count is reported. The staff totals the numbers monthly, 4,056 in September. And the iPad collates the survey responses and provides a monthly report, which is available to the foundation board. The survey information combined with that actual count provides the estimates which I will use today. For this presentation, I've used the September survey information versus the July, which was used in the application. However, there's very little difference between them. As far as accuracy of this method is concerned, the best indication I have is that over the few years we've been using it, the percentages and data have been very consistent. For our predictions, we use a visitation of the 2019 pre-COVID number of 77,000. That's what we were getting back then. In our grant application, the goal for 2025 is 86% of that number, or 66,220. As of the end of September this year, we have welcomed 65,300 visitors. So it's pretty reasonable that we expect to meet or exceed that number in 2025. In addition to my work with the foundation, I'm also one of the greeters, and I chat with folks as they arrive. And anecdotally, I can confirm that most visitors are not local. In September, 53% of the 4,000 plus I mentioned were from outside of Washington State. There are a few, 8% were international. So how does our marketing reach these folks? The foundation funds the internet and social media for the museum. The September survey shows 33% of the visitors indicated that they have heard of us through the internet. Social media is very effective. In September, posts on Facebook reached 53,000 people. Since January 2024, 3.2 million online views have been recorded. Brochures, road signs, and ads are another 14%. Word of mouth is 23%. Saw the building is 22%, and repeat visits only 8%. Although effective for marketing, this last 3 don't include funding, and so aren't included. Although we are budgeted to improve the signage on the building. Overall, we feel that the marketing funded by your grants is at least 44% effective, and it should reach about 29,000 people in 2025. We routinely budget about $20,000 for marketing. This year, we have seen an increase in marketing expenses. The social media prices, with the exception of Facebook, have increased. Distribution of local tourism brochures through certified folder display service incorporated, which covers not only the museum, but also Washington State ferry routes and the airport. That increased from about 5,000 plus to 7,000 plus, and we're currently trying to get them to lower that price a little bit, but that's the way it is right now. Although certified folder marketing is not specific to the museum, it's the whole region. We do it as a community service, and it's one of our major expenses. The Kitsap County grant has generously provided about $5,000 over the past few years, and because of the increased marketing this year, we're asking for $7,500. Beds and beds. I know you're interested in that. Survey indicates that in September, 32% of the visitors stayed overnight and paid accommodations. 5% of them stayed one night. That's for 202 people. 9% stayed 2 nights. That's 730 heads. 7% stayed 3 nights, 851 heads, and 11% stayed 4 or more. Overall, that counts for 3,065 heads that paid for their beds in September. Estimating, extending that method of estimating for 2025, we would predict that 58,256 paid accommodation nights in 2025. Although we have no way of estimating how much these folks spend, we assume a little more than $100 a night. That could add nearly $6 million to the local economy. Foundation's gift shop grosses about $35,000 a year, and there is considerable spending on supplies, which add a bit of sales tax to folks to offset the cost of our grant dollars. Sustainability. The foundation has a proven record of sustainability. First, a bit of history. Paperwork provided in the application supports our nonprofit status, but is a bit confusing. The museum began operation as a not-for-profit in 1954. As the Navy Shipyard Museum in 1989, the group gained status as a 501(c)(3) named Navy Memorial Museum of the Pacific, and it assumed full responsibility for the museum. In 2007, the museum became the Navy Museum and moved into Building 50, which was formerly the 1890 Shipyard Administration Building. It was moved from the shipyard to its current location. In 2009, the letter included in the application affirmed the continued nonprofit status and changed the name to the current Puget Navy Museum Foundation. Foundation has a sound financial basis and adequate reserves. That may question why the need. Foundation has maintained such reserves by good management and fundraising. The Navy History and Heritage Command is shifting more of the museum expenses, especially those for exhibit maintenance, to the foundations. We have currently spent over $30,000 for the museum to replace an aging exhibit this year, and we'll be supporting another exhibit upgrade in 2025. We participate in the Kitsap Great Give, apply for other grants, not always successfully. We operate a gift shop, which has a profit of about $20,000 a year. We're a little under that so far this year. And we have benefited nicely from some legacy gifts, but are working to formalize the Planned Giving program by joining the South Sound Planned Giving Council and working with the Kitsap Community Foundation. We've recently started an endowment fund with the Kitsap Community Foundation as managers. We also have a Friends of the Navy Museum program, which we are working to be more effective in raising funds. The new exhibit we funded this year, Salute the Style, Fashion in the Navy, tracks Navy uniforms over the years and how they are affected fashions outside of the military. You're all invited to stop by and enjoy a special opening on November 1st, 5 to 7 p.m. Have refreshments. And I have 55 seconds left. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, well, answer.
Very much. We'll move into the questions portion. We'll take a little clock for that. I'd like to start.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Jerry, good to see you again as always. You were rattling off some great statistics, and I couldn't write fast enough.
Sure.
So the September Facebook engagement, I missed that number.
58,000.
58.
I think that's right.
Okay, close enough. And the 3.2 million online views What was the timeline on that?
That's from January 2024 until September.
September 24. All right. And the marketing is SATAC. I've actually seen brochures. They're over by the Kitsap, the airport show where you buy the tickets from there. Have you all looked into like the digital board advertising that they do in SATAC now?
We have not. We looked at digital highway book signs. They were way outside of our budget. They're really expensive.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We can take a look at it. I'll mention it to the board, see what we can do.
The fair?
We have one of these that flashes several things. They kind of repeat over time.
Yeah, it was either in BKP or GKC. One of those. Yeah, one of those. So.
I'll write that down. We'll take a look at it.
And then November 1st, is that for the Naval fashion display?
Yes, it is. That's they been working on it, and that'll be the first opening. They planned a little shindig with some refreshments, probably in the fountain room, and there'll be a little talk about how they got to it. Most of the work was done by the staff. When we originally these darn expensive exhibits are expensive. When we originally said we're going to contract the whole thing out, the museum did. Estimates came in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The staff has done a good bit of the work and then contracted out for those things that go beyond their capabilities and kept the prices down. Originally, foundation budgeted $60,000. I know we spent about $30,000 this year, and I'm not sure what the total after all the expenses are, but it's up. We're probably looking at another $20,000 next year for upgrades. They get some help from the Navy, but the foundation always has to go with it. Good question. Thank you.
I just find it interesting. Gentleman that my husband knows that lives here, who's like he's a pilot and whatnot, retired Navy. His flight suit and helmet are on display in San Diego.
Cool.
So I would be interested to see definitely what's all in the exhibit. That would be great.
My brother passed away. He was a colonel in the Army and donated his uniforms to the local museum. So I don't know. I haven't been back to look at it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So Jerry, I have been to the museum a few times, just on not only to visit the museum, but as a guest, like in a wedding and a few like reunions and stuff like that. I didn't notice on your budget that you have. Do you not rent that out?
The interesting and a very good question. The fountain room is what you're talking about.
Right.
We have a conference room inside the museum. You may have seen it. It's got a photographic display of planes and things in it. And we use that for anybody, the shipyard, any active duty person there after retirements, reimbursements and that sort of thing. That's given to them free of charge. The fountain room that you're talking about is owned by the convention center or the city.
Oh.
And we have to pay for it if we use it. It costs us about $350 a day to rent it. And we do have to rent it sometimes for certain events. But that's run by the convention center. If you want to rent that, you have to go up and talk to the person up there. I forget her name right now. But yeah, it's an ongoing thing. We would like to have that as part of the museum. I'm not sure the foundation wants to get into management of an event center. We're a little leery of that, but the museum would like to have it. But right now, it's not under our control at all.
And just a comment, I had friends from Iceland here, and they went to the museum. They went to several museums around here, but their favorite was the Navy Museum.
Oh, that's
they
good.
Really liked it.
They have good taste. TripAdvisor lists us as the number 2. We shift back and forth, I think, between the Turner Joy and or I would say number 1, number 2 on TripAdvisor. Yes, they have good taste. And it is interesting. As a greeter, I generally ask, where you're from, and shoot breeze with them a little bit. And I guess one of the funniest ones, and couple walked in, and I was 4 of them, and they were Asian. I said, where are you from? And the woman popped up and said, North Korea. Oh, no, she said, Korea. So I don't know really where she was from, but she certainly got my attention.
Oh, goodness. Great. Oh, that was great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
The rest of your day, Jerry.
I will give it a shot. I'm going to play bridge with some folks.
Oh, there you go.
Good luck.
I may need it, yes.
I don't see her. Our lunch should be coming soon. It's the delivery. Okay. Let's see. I see them out there. She's doing it. She's what?
Yeah,
Like
I
a
don't
delivery.
know. I don't know if I can handle it.
Or do you want to be on pizza? I mean, it really.
I'm not sure which one's more stressful, pizza.
Sorry, pizza delivery or a block?
That's a lot.
Are doing the 2025 lodging tax distribution hearings today. This is our second day of hearings. 24 asks this year, totaling $4.1 million. We have $1.3 million to distribute. This is, as I mentioned, the second day of presentations, and upon conclusion of the presentation today, we will move into deliberations where we'll discuss how to disperse the funds. You are welcome to listen in on that. Stay here and listen in, or going online. So there will no commentary allowed. You'll be able to listen to the discussion. For your presentation, you have the next 10 minutes to present. Time will be kept right here. And at the conclusion of that 10 minutes, we'll move into a question and answer period of 10 minutes. There will also be time where the panel can ask any questions. Okay, do you have any questions before we start? No. Okay. Well, floor is yours.
Well, I'm Alice Garden. I'm the program coordinator and grant writer for Wayzgoose Kitsap. Wayzgoose Kitsap is a art-based nonprofit. Our main central point is we do a art festival in June in downtown Bremerton. The location has moved around quite a bit. We were like on 4th and Pacific the first 2 years. We did remote printing out here in Fort Orchard for 3 years from 2020 to 2022. And then we've been printing at the Marvin Williams Center in downtown Bremerton the last 2 years. And our upcoming festival for 2025 location is still yet to be set. The main appeal of our festival is we print giant 3-foot by 3-foot linoleum blocks with a steamroller. It's a really cool event to watch. And people come in, oh my God, this is incredible. We pick our artists from all around the community. We've also been targeting mostly getting more young people involved. So we've been working with schools. We had the Black Student Union at Bremerton High School print with us last year, and we've also worked with KRL, their Pride organization, and we've had youth print with us the last 2 years as well. And that's been based out of the Orchard Library right down here. And then we've also had another art school that's printed with us, the Aquinas Academy. We're hoping to partner again with Bremerton High School to have another group of students. Other than that, it's like an open lottery that we have people sign up and they can print with us. We try to really be deliberate in our choosing of those applicants the last couple of years to make it more of a diverse set of voices that we are promoting. For our marketing, we hired last year a social media person who has been focused solely on getting those social media things up for us. She's been doing great of making sure that we're really getting those things scheduled out ahead of time, that we're promoting things on as many channels as possible. We've got a great board of directors this year that's been expanding our horizons with social media. Previously, we were just Facebook and Instagram, and we've had someone open a TikTok for us, and we've gone on LinkedIn, and we have a YouTube channel, and Twitter, X. Don't really use that, but we have one. And then we also do a lot of print-based marketing. So we do a lot of posters and postcards that we mail out, and then we try to pin up around the community. A lot of our focus has been more Bremerton, Bainbridge, Hallsbow. We're trying to get it more down here in Port Orchard, but we have one person in Port Orchard that doesn't go out much, so it's a little bit more difficult. But we've also been working on our website to get more updated things on our website, get better SEO, and having better banners promoting what exactly it is we're doing from day to day, month to month, throughout the year. And that is a big budget item for us this following year. Is we have hired a website designer to get our website up and running and more user friendly. And we do have 4 upcoming events that are not festival related, but are more just building community and drawing new people in. We have a fundraising event on November 15th that is going to be up in Hallsbow. That is mainly trying to get more donors in and also just being transparent about what we're doing. We are also inviting previous artists to come and talk about how art has impacted their mental health and how they engage with the art and how it kind of promotes a better overall feeling throughout their day. And then we're doing a art market in December. That'll be first Friday, December 6th, where it's a free event for everybody. We're inviting artists to come and just sell their wares and really just, this is a give back to the community. We're not asking for money, we're just asking for people to come and celebrate with us. And then we have a gallery showing of we're doing 2021 and 2022 art prints that people didn't get to display those during lockdown, COVID and everything, that we're gonna have those up at Olympic College. And that is also a mental health focused event where we are trying to get engagement from our artists and having them tell us how printing with us during those years made them feel, help them, re-engage with community. And then we were invited to participate in Suquamish Elementary's STEAM Night also in January. So we will be there doing some small printing as well. I think that's pretty much all I have to say.
Questions?
So last year you asked for 8, this year asking for 12.
That increase is mainly based around getting our website up and running. We got a proposal from our website developer for 15, and so we were hoping to use some of the funds from Kitsap County to really get that up and going. And part of that project is we do want to add more links to our website that can help promote tourism in Kitsap County. So that's what that
Are you able to track like who is actually coming from outside the county to these events? Do you guys have ways to
We've done a couple different ways to do that. We've done surveys in the past. This last year, we did like an online guest book where we just asked for like zip code, not necessarily address, because then we can kind of quantify who's coming from further away.
do you know those results?
I haven't gotten to look at the one from this past year, but I know previously, I think we drew like around 50. But we didn't draw them in.
Is that compared to like overall attendance?
So I think from that year when it was 50, it was probably around like 2,000 to 3,000 people that walked by. But those were not all also doing the survey or doing the guest book. That was like a design. Yeah.
Sure. Since you mentioned that the location isn't blocked for 25 yet, are you working under the assumption that you will be back at what's it called, Martin? Yes, thank you. So are you working under the assumption that you'll be back there, and have you requested Bremerton contact based on that?
We are actually looking at a different location in Bremerton this year. That's still within Bremerton, and yes, we have applied with Bremerton.
So I'm a little confused on your spreadsheet. Towards the top, you have a gross profit of 71,500, but then you continue on with more expenses below. And then on the bottom line, you have that your income is 21,000. I'm really confused.
I can try. So towards the top, when that is, that's just our income that we're getting from grants, sponsors, selling merchandise, donors, things like that. And that is a ballpark amount that what we're hoping to get. And then I'm assuming all of it at the very, very bottom.
Oh, is that not your gross profit? Is after the cost of goods sold?
Yes.
Down below, what's
Yeah.
with the expenses?
Right. So this is the full income amount. So here's gift restricted, plus gift unrestricted. Yeah, so it should be total gift restricted plus total gift unrestricted equals total income of 74.5. And then the rest of its expenses. And then once you get down to the bottom of the total expenses, you do 274, subtract that from the 74, whatever it was at the top, and that's the net profit.
Okay, and you have it in front of you, so.
I'm like, and you don't have it in front of you. So it's like, if you can remember what your P&L sheet looks like, I would be very impressed. But on that same token, in the proposed column, I'm assuming that's your 25 estimate.
Yes.
Okay. And with that, the steamroller rental. Are you increasing the number of steamrollers?
Yes.
Okay.
Previously, we've done one. We are switching to 2 because we are also increasing the number of artists. So it makes things run faster. last year, our second one died after.
No.
My other question, under the 2024 column under marketing, it says 1,500, but under 25 proposed, it's 10,000. Are you like trying to go outside of Kitsap County and paying huge prices for marketing, or what's the game plan?
No, part of that marketing expense is the website stuff that we're trying to get done. Yeah. So that really, yeah, just
One other quick question. I may have missed it, other than like the social media add-ons, and I think you all use the Berry for marketing. What other marketing avenues do you all currently use? Or trying to look to expand to?
so we do. We have posters that are distributed out, and then we do our like postcard mailers, and those are the main avenues that I know of. And then there's the website. We also do like the paid marketing sometimes through social medias, but it's not very often. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Questions?
Thank you. Enjoy your pizza.
We're gonna pause recording. The committee's gonna take a lunch break and we will be back at 1 o'clock.
All righty, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's recovered.
You're on the home stretch.
We are. We were talking about that right at the beginning of lunch. 6 to go. Yes, we've done 75% now, guys. All right, this is the 2025 Lodging Tax Funds Distribution Committee meetings. We have with us now is the Sunny Jack Events coming in to present to us. And so just so you're aware, we have 24 applicants this year, which is a record, with a total ask of $4.1 million in asks. And we have $1.3 million to distribute. So we got a lot of asks.
Yeah.
This is the second day of presentations. And we'll conclude with these presentations and then move into deliberations and make some decisions. Yeah, you're one of the last 6 to go.
Yeah.
Ground rules for your presentation. You have 10 minutes to present. The time will be kept right with you. And they can zoom in.
We're just switching back and forth. Just give it.
Keep it on.
So 10 minutes presentation, you get a warning and a conclusion. The 10 minutes we'll have to cut you off, and then we'll move to question and answers, which will be 10 minutes for the committee to ask any questions. Just like we used to. Nothing's really changed. Okay.
Okay.
And do you have any questions before we start?
I don't.
Okay, well then we'll give the floor to you and let you go.
Okay. I'm Sunny Saunders. I own Sunny Jack Events in Bremerton. I've been in business for 7 years, formerly the manager of the Kitsap Fair and Stampede up until 2018, and co-creator of the Bremerton Bridge Blast, and I own other events as well. This is all I do, events. I'm the largest production company in the West Sound, and it's just myself and one part-time employee to put on all of these events. And we rely on vendor fees and sponsorships to make everything happen. But your funding last year really was a game changer for us. Over the last year, we had over $1 million direct economic impact to the community through all of our events, majority of that being Bridge Blast.
I did find an economic impact calculator for events and do have that now too, showing that it was actually 1.2 million just for Bridge Blast. We served over 100,000 people throughout the summer. We account for 2, and when I include Blackberry, of the largest festivals in Kitsap County, 2 out of 3 of the largest. And when we talk events, we are bringing the most tourism into the community. Now, I know you hear that probably a lot, but I do have some statistics to back that up. Our vendor fees for all the events range from $50 to $600, serving over 400 small businesses in our community throughout the year. We try to keep our vendor fees really reasonable so that all these small businesses have an opportunity to be at these events. We don't want to make it unattainable or bring out just outside vendors from outside the area. So we do try to keep it very cost effective for them. This year, with what we were able to do with last year's funding, is I was able to open a physical location on the Bremerton boardwalk, small office right there, open the door. There's everything with help from the city as well. We outsourced a lot of our social media and web updates to local organizations. And we collaborated a lot more with other organizations in the area. We added programming such as an extra day to the Bremerton Bridge Blast, 4 night markets, assisted with the Make Music Day by the Music Discovery Center, Winterfest by the Downtown Bremerton Association, the Islander Fest, and many other events in the area. That funding allowed me to kind of be less in survival mode and more open to other opportunities in the community where people needed help. And so I field a lot of other events and questions and loan equipment out. Funding allowed me to get some more equipment into. So things like garbage cans and chairs and all the things that we need. So if we talk specifically about Bremerton Bridge Blast first, I requested $85,000. Last year, the event cost $98,000 to put on. $48,000 of that was just fireworks, just the fireworks. And that will continue to rise as our economy and things shift. Things are more expensive, and those are imported from China. We use a local fireworks company too. We were partners on the event. I now own the event 100%. I had 110 vendors on the boardwalk. We had 16 vendors at Evergreen Park, 12 bands, 4 kids entertainers, including a dog agility show, 15,000 direct festival attendees, another 30,000 watched from various locations from Port Orchard to Silverton. And if not for the LTAC funding, that event would have been canceled because we were down $30,000 in sponsorship, which is a trend in the United States. A lot of events are having sponsorship problems. People are really holding on to their money right now because of the uncertain times moving forward. So they're less willing to give up and participate funding wise. So LTAC really saved us. When we surveyed just the Hampton Inn and the Fairfield Inn in downtown Bremerton, we were at 642 room nights, just those 2 hotels. So outlying hotels, I'm sure there's a lot more rooms out there. We only surveyed those 2 because we could directly contribute our event to those rooms. Other hotels, it's hard to track why the visitor was there if they were there for us. But we did add a second day, which allowed, I think, for more people to stay the night on Saturday night. So not just Saturday for the event, we added a Sunday element, beer garden, bands, vendors, everything's still running. No fireworks on Sunday, but the event was still happening. We got 188,000 impressions on King 5, Facebook, 126,000 impressions. Probably the most photographed event in Kitsap County. Website drove 61,000 people to the website. #1 city responding is Seattle. So next year for Bridge Blast, we continue to we plan on keeping that second day and continue to expand to other areas. We've covered Evergreen Park, we've covered the boardwalk. What does that look like in Quincy Square? So do we want to push this event even further and take up more real estate? So that was just Bridge Blast. Taste of Kitsap. 2024, We requested 25,000, we got 12,000, which really helped. The budget was about $28,000. I try to keep everything pretty lean, especially since it's just me and one part-time employee, and then I bring more staff on during events. Facebook was 40,000 impressions, Instagram 2,100, the website got almost 10,000 people. This was our second year for Taste of Kitsap. We host vendors anywhere from Oregon to Bellingham. We had 21 food vendors, 40 craft and commercial vendors. And it was the first weekend in August, which I think we're going to continue to keep that first weekend in August. And it did butt up against some other things, but funny enough, a lot of those things kind of moved around us. So they changed their weekend, like the Kitsap Wine Festival and things. So that was great. We collaborated throughout all of these things with the Downtown Bremerton Association. And next year I want to do a walking food tour up in downtown Bremerton, restaurant to restaurant, sell a ticket, they can get a sample of everything, so that we're really activating the streets, we're activating our local businesses, and not just providing the free festival on the boardwalk, which we will continue to do. And then again, what does that look like for other real estate in the area? Oh, 2 minutes. Kitsap Wedding Expo. 80 vendors. This will be my 13th year doing it, owning it. Budget's around $16,000. Funding we got last year helped with our marketing. It was the best year I think we've had. And that supports a $5 million wedding industry just in Kitsap. We're a destination location for weddings. And this is the only large wedding expo in the West Sound. So we fill that niche. And the funding we get goes right into the marketing. Bremerton Night Market was new last year. We did 4 dates. We did those on the first Fridays. I spent about $12,000 putting those on, all combined. We shot for 25 crafters. Those were crafters only. And by the last market, we had 60. So again, we're exceeding those expectations. We're exceeding our goals. We have around 700 people come down for each market. We have a beer garden, we have a band, we have crafters. We don't offer that space to commercial vendors. It's just local. But again, we're trying to bring in people across the water with that ferry foot traffic. And it's a cute little event that kind of adds to everything else going on in the city. So my request this year would be to, first off, keep my office in downtown Bremerton. I'm on a 1-year lease that's up in March. I want to offer family nights on the Bremerton Boardwalk with kids-specific entertainment. We don't have much of that here now that the fair doesn't do any kids entertainment like they did. Kids-specific food, kids-specific vendors to create a real community event, free to the public. I want to be put on a payroll because right now I just take expenses, and that's how I survive. Is my adjusted gross income with IRS turns out to be around $15,000 a year. I live off around 50, and so I would love to be on a salary. And to keep my 0.5 employee and maybe move up to a full-time employee. So in 2025, we want to do, that was our funding request. But we're also working on additional tourism destinations for the boardwalk, destination marketing opportunities, multi-location events. Quincy Square, our intention is to bid that with the Downtown Bremerton Association.
And now we'll move to questions.
The first question I have. What question on that? So on the application, it says your requested amount is 290, but the total project cost is 290, but the portion requested is 70%. So is it 70% of 290 or?
It's 290.
It's 290, okay, okay. And on the family night on the boardwalk, are you looking at doing those like just trying to hit weekends or?
Looking at one weekday per month in the summer. They're gonna cost about $3,000 to do.
Okay, I do have one. Under the wedding expo.
Yeah.
You had a budget of 7,000 for entrance fees, but
Yeah.
only got 3,300. Does that mean it's a low turnout?
Yeah.
Or-
We had a lower turnout last year. I think a lot of couples are doing smaller weddings, especially after COVID. And so it was discouraging. But what was encouraging this year is how many vendors want to come back because the people that were there were buying and they were booking. And so I have a 95% return rate on those vendors coming back. So even though it was a smaller group of people and our ticketing wasn't what we wanted it to be, the people that did come were the right people.
What is the dates for your guys' expo?
The wedding expo is February 15th.
Is there any thought on maybe moving that date? Because the Seattle expo is the second.
That's why we did move it because of that. Yeah, we were the second, third, and then Seattle moved theirs, so then we moved ours to accommodate those.
The two.
Yes, so we're the last show of the year, but a lot of those people coming to our show are looking for the following year, not that year, but the following year. So hopefully this will be an okay date.
So the night market, I went to that and I really enjoyed it. But I see that you actually went in a hole on that one by 1,000. What do you think went wrong there? Because it was a good
event. Every new event, you're not going to make money at. And the goal, because I got the funding, was a break even, which we basically did. And next year I'll be upping those vendor fees. The vendor fee this year was $50 per booth because we were testing. Next year it'll be $75. So it's not really a money maker for me. And none of it is really a money maker. But I think it was a good service to the community. So I was able to do it. Next year we'll make a little bit of money on it.
If I added this right, I show between all of your events that your profit was 73,000. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I have a profit and loss here. Actually, it comes down to 33,000 after some other things.
Okay.
And yeah. So we do bring in about $230,000 a year, but that included that LTAC money. We spent $20,000 on marketing.
So, just because last year we requested 115, this year I'm going to 290. Can't all be
salary.
It's just you don't have.
If I don't get funding, I won't be in business next year, and I can't continue to be in this position. So I am requesting a salary reimbursement, and that will also go towards. We will have a nonprofit created here in the next 2 months. St. Jefferson's is creating a nonprofit with another organization to get funding and grants, which should be more sustainable in the future, in an umbrella organization, so that we can continue to stay in business. Every year it's unknown.
You're obviously
I am. Last year I got 40,000 from them, and that went towards my part-time employee, the rent of the building, and kind of a variety of things. It was not directed toward any one thing. Yeah.
And your new place,
yeah,
it's only 3,000 for the year
so far when I put that in. Yeah. It's really wonderful.
On a waterfront.
It doesn't have a bathroom or a kitchen. So they rented it as a storage area. Okay. So I walk down to the Port of Bremerton's restroom. And it gets me a less expensive rate.
We have 4 more minutes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. That's it.
That's it.
Yep. Oh, you got to go next back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Makes sense, right? Okay. Ready? You ready for Blackberry Festival? Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I told you to read the result around.
I don't think so. Save you some time too.
Yeah, and now our next presentation will be the Bremerton Rotary Foundation Blackberry.
Okay, so St. Jack Events produces the Blackberry Festival for the Bremerton Rotary. We have made significant changes over the last 4 years that we've had that event. I have made significant changes, and a lot of that has resulted in more contribution to the community, as well as a more direct economic impact and more tourism to the area. So the direct impact for Blackberry, just a 3-day event, is about $1 million. This Labor Day weekend, we had 667 room nights surveyed just from the Hampton Inn and the Fairfield Inn. We spent $15,000 on marketing. When I took over Blackberry, their marketing budget was $2,000. So I've increased that significantly. I've also added different areas to Blackberry Festival. The feedback I got was that the ferries were completely full coming over during that weekend. We advertised with a smokestack. We spent about $3,000 with the Seattle Times featuring Blackberry Festival. That got 880,000 impressions. Just that program with the Seattle Times, which tells us that people want to come here, but we need to invest in advertising over there to get them here. And so that really showed us a lot. We collaborate with many organizations on that festival. We added a new area between the Hampton Inn and the conference center called Chalk Plaza. Kids were able to draw everywhere and on anything. And we put up some nonprofit kids activities like the Music Discovery Center, Kitsap Create. And then I'm going to expand that area more next year with more nonprofits. One of the great things about Blackberry that has happened over the last few years is that out of 130 vendors that we have, I now have 100 vendor wait lists, which is huge. When I took over, it was maybe a 20 vendor wait list. So, and I upped the pricing. Not very much, but we've creeped up the pricing a little bit. Yet we still have 100 vendor wait lists on that event. So we need to find new areas to activate and try to accommodate that. We're getting about 40,000 people through there now. Before it was 25,000. So this funding really goes towards my time to spend more time on it. It goes towards advertising too, really towards advertising. The event, we had 2 stages. We're almost the largest event in Kitsap, and I base that on a couple of things. One of them is garbage. How much garbage does a festival generate, right? Seriously. So when I took over, it was 1 30-yarder. Now we're at 2 30-yarders. When I know how much garbage other events have, because we talk, I know that we are almost the biggest event in Kitsap County. And that goes to what people are buying too, how much they're spending, because they're throwing away food that they purchased. I know several food vendors that do way north of $10,000 in the 3 days. Way north of that, some of them $20,000. So they're buying that food here too, locally, and people here are buying that food. And so it's really kind of reverberates in the community all the way out. We spend almost all of our money on that event in the community. Local fans, local energy, local contractors, local services, local nonprofits we give back to help support that event. And as the budget, they've never gotten LTAC before I came in, but that just shows what funding can do to increase tourism at an event. And it makes a huge difference. It's no longer just a little community event. We're on track to be a #1 food festival. And it is a food festival now. And the #1 thing people said it didn't have was Blackberries. Yeah. So that changed. Every food vendor is required to have a Blackberry food item. Other vendors are asked to have Blackberry items. And now we give out signs saying, I have Blackberry items here, so that people know that it's there. So over the years, I've made some significant changes, and that funding just helps continue to grow and expand and claim more activation areas. We still have 5 minutes. I know back to And Rotary is just wonderful to work with. They come in, they support the event through volunteerism, through funding, but I run that entire event for them and bring in extra help on the weekend. But just me and 1 part-time employee when you include all of these. So I run pretty lean on everything, but I would like to have more help and make them all bigger and better. But really, the focus of all of this is driving event tourism, not just community events, event tourism, getting people here to stay the night and spend more money in our community. One more thing to note is that the Bremerton Rotary, they have a booth at Blackberry Festival where they sell Blackberry wine. That's the primary fundraiser for that event. The festival itself is not what's making the money. It's the wine sales that are. And we've added significant amount of merch to that too, that they never had before. Hats, shirts, hoodies. And this last year, they sold $57,000 worth of merch, wine, and jam out of a 20-foot space. And out of all of this, $40,000 is what the Bremerton Rotary will get that goes right back into the community through their dictionary program, through scholarships, and other programming that they have. I think I'm good.
Questions?
Yes, on your budget for 25.
Yes.
You're asking from us 49.5, but you only have 21.5 on here. Where am I missing?
Yes. So the funny thing is your application is due 2 weeks before Blackberry Festival. So most of the time you're getting my previous year's statistics, so not my current year's statistics. That 21.5 that's in there was what we got for 2024. And I think I just ended up carrying that over. We got $10,000 from the city in that funding. So I ended up carrying that over, probably, as a mistake. But that's where that came from.
So you really need 49.5, not the 21.5.
Right. Okay. I can make it happen with 21, but 49 would be amazing.
So I have 2 questions.
Yes.
So, and this is kind of going to go back to the other one, but it's about the same, the hotel stays.
Yeah.
So are you just asking them for what their rate, or what they sold that day, or are you guys actually putting out and working and getting out like a room block that people can book so you can actually statistically track it?
Yeah, they won't give us a room block because they saw it for every event. They don't need the block rooms for us. They won't do it because they're holding on, right, to rooms that they could sell.
You release them,
but they would release them, but they're booking out. Bridge Blast is already booked out for next year.
No, yeah, I'm talking about
Blackberry. So what I'm doing is I'm calling and saying, out of all of your rooms, what can you attribute to this event for these 3-4 days? And then we go from there.
And then
But I have tried to go the room block direction many times.
and then my second one, so I'm just looking at like your expense and your.
Yeah.
And
I brought a current profit loss too.
Yeah. But the one that you got in here, just go since you have it and I have it. So you have your wine, you have the budget for the, basically last year it was 30,000 in wine, 6,000 in GAM.
Yeah.
But you only sold 55,000, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, this is a food beverage back, so you know,
Yes.
why is the margin so?
Our jam didn't sell through this year.
Okay.
Yeah, last year I ordered, it was brand new, I ordered 250 units, sold them for $12 each, sold out in the first 3 hours. This year I ordered 1,000 units, maybe 1,500, dropped the price to $10 each, custom labeled everything, and we only sold 350 units. So we did take a loss on the jam. That's where you're seeing that.
No, I was just
Yeah, also the price of glass went up with our winery, so we did pay a little bit more for the wine than we had previously.
Do you sell out your wine every year?
Every year, and I order more every year. Yeah, it's crazy. We sell out, this year we sold out about 4 p.m. on Monday. So we had another 2 hours to go. And we ended up selling off label, so the winery's direct label, passive sellers, they sold, which they gave us the passive sellers in Mount Vernon. And they've been the winery vendor for Rotary for many, many, many years. Yeah. Really strong partnership. Anybody else?
Oh, I'm good.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for taking time with everybody, all these organizations. I know it's so much, 24 different applicants and make those hard choices. So I appreciate you doing that. It makes a life-changing difference in someone like you. So thank you.
Just the opposite. Both of them are
I know how she gets up with all that stress.
She's a jerk. We want to pause recording.
More for vendor fees to our vendor. They're making that much money, and she's only charging whatever.
Oh, okay. We're new to this. So
We're
eventually
gonna
have to memorize.
Yeah,
Very good.
You recording?
Yep,
Okay.
good to go.
And now we're back with the 2025 lodging tax disbursement presentations. Our next presentation, the Navy Undersea Museum Foundation. Just so you guys are aware that this year we received 24 applicants for requesting funds. Total ask of $4.1 million, and there's a $1.3 million for disbursement available. Okay. So this is our second day of presentations, and we're now on the downward slope. Upon conclusion of the presentations, we will move into deliberations, where we'll discuss how. You
should receive notification. Once we make that decision, we'll inform the Board of County Commissioners, we'll render an approval and notify everyone hopefully by the end of November. Okay. So as for your presentation for now, you will have 10 minutes to present. Time will be kept right there. You'll be cut off at 10 minutes, whether you like it or not. And then after that, there will be an opportunity for 10 minutes of questions and answers period with the committee. That all makes sense?
Right, yeah, so the chess match, huh?
Do you have any questions or concerns before we start?
No, so just one correction, we are the Naval Undersea Museum. Navy, you guys have it written on the schedule. Yeah, that's okay. There's a Puget Sound Navy Museum and the Naval Undersea Museum, and we get the names get interchanged.
As long as I read it, yeah, that's what I read.
Well, okay, so we'll start. My name is Bill Galvani, and I am on the board of the Naval Undersea Museum Foundation.
And I'm Dinah Brimbones, and I am the executive administrator for the foundation, as well as the museum store manager.
And we thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to come here and tell you a little bit about the Naval Undersea Museum and Foundation. And I appreciate the fact that you have been sitting in this room for almost 2 days now, and I've heard a lot of presentations. And so I will not repeat what we have already provided to you in the online material because you have it and you either can read it now or check it later, whichever you like. I'd like to start by making 2 important points. So, and we're here to ask for $5,000 for rack card distribution for the Naval Undersea Museum. Not 10,000, not even 500,000, just $5,000. So that's a small ask. But first, rack card distribution is important to the museum because of the museum's location. And those of you who have been to Kitsap know that it is literally at the end of the road. You do not drive by the museum on the way to someplace else. You get to Kitsap and the road stops. You know, so you either drive onto the base or you drive into the water. Those are your 2 options. So it's important that the foundation helps the museum let the public know that the museum is there. And the second point I'd like to make is that the museum is a major tourist destination for Kitsap County and beyond. That is a no cost, that operates at no cost to Kitsap County. It's entirely funded by both the U.S. Navy and the Naval Undersea Museum Foundation. So I think that's a big plus. We're not here to ask for operating funds, to pay staff salary, to keep the lights on, but just to let people know. So without repeating anything I said already, or that you have online, the board has designated 6 tourism objectives on page 1 of the guidance for the lodging tax funding process. And I'd like to briefly go over those to let you know how the museum, I believe, meets every one of them. The first is, do we create and support a tourism infrastructure that results in long-term benefit to the community? To this, I would say yes. The museum has been in operation for 33 years. During that time, it's attracted more than 2 million visitors, and the county can be confident that the museum is going to continue to be here for many more years. Second, how do we leverage our fund support with other sources, both cash and in kind? First of all, the total funds that go to make up the museum's operation include funds from the Naval Undersea Museum Foundation, funds from the U.S. Navy, which provides the primary operating support, to be very honest about that. And then the value of the services provided by the museum's 94 volunteers, which worked out to about $230,000 in 2023. That's in-kind contribution. So The $5,000 that we're asking for would be part of that, but would be leveraged by a much greater amount of money that is already being spent. Third, I've only got 6. So does this proposal establish clear, meaningful, and measurable indicators that support tourism? I'd say yes. The museum carefully records everybody who comes to the museum. Regular visitation in 2023 was 52,957. I was going to say about $53,000, but they count precisely. So that's it. Also, there were 92 programs involving people that attracted another 8,700 people. How does the museum maximize economic benefit to the community? I'd say, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, that the museum does not draw upon any Kitsap County funds. It attracts all of its visitors, becomes a tourist destination, and those of you who may have had an opportunity to visit, okay, I'll go faster. We'll know that it is really a national class museum with an annual investment by all the parties concerned of $1 million a year. Fifth, watching the time carefully, does the museum highlight the county's cultural and natural assets? And I'd say yes. Since 1914, the Naval torpedo station has been in operation. The Navy culture in Kitsap County has been an integral part of the county's history, and that history is on display in the museum. And seeing that I now have 4 minutes and only 1 item to go, I'll say, does the museum increase out-of-town or long-term day trips to Kitsap County? Yes. The museum, as I said, has attracted more than 2 million people to it since it opened in 1991. That's 33 years of operation. It provides support to a large number of Navy and civilian personnel, and especially ceremonies like retirement ceremonies and changes of command draw people from not only Washington, but all over the country. And that concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you about the Naval Undersea Museum Foundation and the museum itself. We'd be glad to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Oh, and this, I know we can't distribute anything, but this is the aforesaid rack card.
Questions?
So where are you going to distribute those rack cards?
They will be.
This location.
That's a good question. Thank you. They will be distributed by certified folder to the full Washington State ferry system, to the Seattle Airport program at 8 different locations, to the locations on the Olympic and Kitsap peninsulas, and then the 4th route is known as the Seattle and the East Side Super Cities. Certified folder.
So when you say
Yes,
local, are you talking about the chambers and all of the areas, the visitor centers? And
Yes,
stuff like
ma'am.
that?
Yes, ma'am. Will be every place that's certified folder has a rack.
Okay.
Mhm.
I just want to make a comment. And every time I have a visitor that comes from out of state or out of the country, which I just had a couple from Iceland. I take them to the museum because it's great. It really is. Between yours and the Navy Museum in Bremerton, they love them. They really do. It's very informative, and they even had one of your volunteers took my Icelandic couple through and made it very personal, and they absolutely loved it.
Well, thank you. I will pass that information on to the director at the museum. And also say that the Puget Sound Navy Museum, who's been here requesting brochure distribution number 2, is another excellent institution. And really, these 2 museums, among others, are things that Kitsap County can really be proud of.
And I love your gift shop.
Thank you.
It would be nice if you had a little bit more stuff that say Kitsap County or, you know, something to do with the area.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But cute. I bought several things there.
Excellent.
Christmas presents. Thank you.
How are you guys tracking where people are or how?
So, I was gonna say, so we do have basically a sign-in book where we don't ask for, because we're obviously a naming institution, can't ask for truly personal information. They can sign up, you know, basically sign in and make their comments. They can sign up for a monthly newsletter as well. So we are sort of tracking, you know, people who do sign in. We've had a volunteer transcribe actually years of data, and we discovered, I think there was, that's where we got, I think it's on the application, but more than half of our visitors are from out of state. So we are drawing people who will spend money, you know, in elsewhere, and from every inhabited continent as well. So that was the other thing. Every year we cover every part of the world.
So within that registration book, is it an area where they can like put their state zip or their whole address? Or...
Not their whole address, because that would be right. So we don't collect that, and we can't. But they'll put their country or their town and state or something like that. So
something generic enough.
Exactly. Yes, and then they can make, you know, they can write a comment on, you know, what they feel about these things.
And is there a spot for like email addresses for them to sign up for the newsletter?
We have a QR code. So, and again, that won't capture necessarily where they're from, because it can't capture that as just an email address. But then they get more information about the museum. Hopefully, it's return visits and find out what's happening every month. So, and then we are able to tag on to that as well. So we have a little spot where they can donate, which helps the foundation, which helps the museum.
How much? So one quick question I do have is like thinking about the other ceremonies, like you know, the command changements and retirements and promotions and whatnot. Do you have a way that you have tried to consider qualifying like lodging nights that might be associated with those types of events? Because I'm assuming, you know, for command changes, promotions, retirements, you're going to have like family and whatnot coming in for that.
That would generally be the charge of the command that the person was part of. Would you say, Bill? I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be a museum function per se, but because normally they have a way of doing things, and it's a whole thing. So I imagine that there is something on the maybe command side, but
anything else that occurs at the museum that can be contributed to, you know, lodging nights.
Something that
the Navy does a number of training sessions there are 2 classrooms in the basement, and the Navy conducts continual training sessions there, which often involve bringing people from either out of county or out of state.
So the other thing too is, especially in the store and our volunteers, we get frequently asked tourist questions. So I have given out information, everything from where to eat lunch, you know, where to stay, where to plan a wedding, relocation assistance. I truly, people will, because it's a relaxed environment, they'll come in and they're like, hey, there's some people who know what's going on. So we do constantly, every single day, give out information that keeps people within Kitsap. Okay. Thank you. We appreciate your time.
Well, thank you. We're glad to be here, and I don't envy you.
But they're on the down slope. They get to get out of the chairs soon.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll see you at the fair.
Yes.
Sign.
Oh, that's okay.
I
know you realize the last couple of days.
We're gonna pause for a moment for the next interview.
Yeah. Hi, Michael, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Excellent. Hey, well, welcome to the 2025 lodging tax, the Kitsap County Lodging Tax Distribution Committee hearings. This is our second day of hearings. And we have 24 applicants this year with an ask of $4.1 million. And we have 1.3 million to actually distribute. So we're coming down toward the end of our second day here. Upon completion of our second day of presentations, we'll move into deliberations. We'll discuss how to disperse that $1.3 million based off the presentations we've heard. So thank you. So as for your presentation here, you're going to be given 10 minutes to present to the panel here, and Vicky's going to hold up the clock and give you kind of a 5-minute warning. She'll give you a 1-minute warning, and then kind of tell you time's up when that time is, and we'll just cut you off. And upon completion of that 10 minutes, then we'll have a 10 minutes of question and answer from the committee. They'll ask you questions that they may have, give you a chance to answer those. Once we go into deliberations, you can join via Zoom or attend in person and sit and listen in if you want. You can't add anything or participate, but you can listen in if you'd like to. So there's an open door discussion. You have any questions or concerns before we start?
Nope.
Okay, Michael. So you're representing the Roxy Theater in Bremerton, and so I'm going to go ahead and start the timer and give the floor to you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for hunting me down. I don't know what happened. We'll figure that out at a later date. I'm just glad this worked out. I have myself sat on lodging tax and chaired lodging tax for City of Bremerton. So I appreciate everything you all are doing and your flexibility today. The first thing I want to talk about with Roxy is just that, like, kind of how unique it is. And it maybe didn't follow a traditional model, but we have this real gem here that our foundation has raised the money and purchased. So we're like the only nonprofit owned and operated facility of its kind that are doing live productions and cinema. And we're just at this new point. We're kind of entering into our third year, and we're seeing great growth. And what we're really looking for is this support from lodging tax that we can leverage into getting to a sustainable place. We kind of know in the arts and culture business, we're always going to need things like sponsorships and things like that. But we're just trying to kind of close that gap. And lodging tax dollars really help us get the word out. I'm always surprised how far our reach is sometimes. I've had folks come just for movies from Vancouver, BC, or Portland. We often get folks over from Seattle, and I think like the fast ferry is such an asset for that. So we show what most people would call like art house cinema, independent films. Once in a while, we'll show more of a blockbuster film, but it's tough working with the studios on some of those. They put a lot of restrictions on us, so we try to be flexible and offer things that the community maybe is asking for, or that's not currently available. We try to, again, trying to be unique. We have like a great book club, and the book club features books that are about sort of Hollywood and the industry, or books that have been made into movies. So like earlier this month, the group, and it's a growing and good sized group, read The Shining, and then immediately after, we did a screening of The Shining for them to watch, and then they could also talk about that. So it's like unique programming that we do. When we show like a cult classic, we'd love to incorporate some sort of street block party or pre-events. Sometimes we've had live performances that were sort of movie related before the before the actual screening of the movie. Lately, we've been doing more live events. We've been partnering with Candlelight. They do these amazing concerts with a string quartet on stage, and they have they cover the entire stage with candles and up the alleys or the aisles, and every place they can kind of find a place to put these like safe LED. We're not going to burn the place down. Candles. And, it's a really amazing show. This past Saturday, they did music of Coldplay for the early show and then did all Halloween music. And like immediately we get this flurry of Google reviews on how much people enjoy it and how unique, again, what we're offering here in Kitsap is. In fact, the producers of those shows are the ticketing platform is bringing us on board, and they're going to be our exclusive ticketing partner, which will allow us to leverage the social media that they already have, and they're bringing attention to the Roxy. So we're excited to reach out to more people and expand the reach that we have. So other things that we have that we're very excited with the developments here on the street and how it's becoming Quincy Square. I hope some of you have had a chance to see the mural that's been done on the Washington Avenue garage. But it's, there's some really exciting stuff happening here. And we're excited to be considered center stage of the Quincy Square project here. So we'll be looking to do things like bring live music out into the street, do public events. We're in the middle of a bit of a fundraising campaign right now. The state is funding us kind of a 50% match for us to reopen the concession stand that faces the street, but we're also needing to do some ADA upgrades with that just to keep in modern times. And speaking of modern, the theater itself is a real, again, unique gem. We have the only laser projector in the region, in the Kitsap County. I don't want to imply like the Northwest or something. And then we also have the only Dolby 7.1 surround system. So it's really a fantastic place to see a really good movie. I mentioned earlier how we feature a lot of art house films. And when we do that, like we pretty much are capturing all the films that you'll then see come like Academy Award night. And for that, we actually have a fun community event here, and we've been doing it for a couple of years. It's a free event, and people can come here and gather together and kind of watch the awards as a community. So that's just another way we look to bring the community together. We again, as a nonprofit, we have an exemption for property tax, but that comes with a little bit of a price that we're not allowed to rent the theater for more than 15 days for for-profit entities. But that's great because it allows us to really focus on supporting the community, whether we're booking stuff ourselves or giving a chance for smaller local bands and music and performers a chance to get in sort of a mid-size venue. We've got like smaller places, bars that are doing live music in the county, and we've got some bigger performing arts spaces, but we kind of fall right in the middle on capacity. So it allows folks to grow. Last year we did a great Battle of the Bands. This year we're actually the year we're talking about, we're looking at doing something maybe more sort of like The Voice. And I assume most folks are at least familiar with that, maybe where we get to showcase some great singers here in the county. So I don't know how long I've been talking. Have I got the 5 yet? I talk really fast. I got 2 minutes. Thank you so much. All right. I might, let me just think if there's anything else I want to touch on. I wasn't completely prepared to do this. Anyways, it's, for me personally, the Roxy's just been a passion of mine. It was this beautiful 1941 streamlined modern theater that was just sat in such disrepair for so many years. And when it was renovated, it was just a weird chance that somebody said to me, "Hey, they're looking for someone to open the theater. Would you be interested?" And I jumped on it and ran that, and then actually 10 other theaters until COVID. And then I was running downtown Bainbridge Island for a couple years, and then the opportunity came back here to run the Roxy as a nonprofit and complete the purchase of it, and try to make it a sustainable venue and a sustainable community asset. So I will give you guys my 2 remaining seconds for questions.
Sure, you got 1 more minute.
I think I'm done. So, I'll take a minute just to inhale now.
Okay, well, next we're going to move into questions and answers from the committee. They're sitting here, and so they'll go ahead and ask questions. They got 10 minutes to ask questions and for you to answer in that time.
Great.
They want to go first?
So have you applied for the Bremerton LTAC funding, and what would you earmark the 20,000?
Yes, we have applied for Bremerton lodging tax, and we've had some support from them over the years. We have mostly gotten support for that from them for the West Sound Film Festival, which is a great and growing. I think it's 5 or 6 years now. Although I lose complete count of things that bridge over the COVID time. Well, we're finding real value in doing really strong social media, and so we've been piloting some contract with social media. And so that's definitely something we're looking at doing is to pay somebody to sort of plan, manage, post, track success metrics and things like that. But also use some of the funds to do paid placements on social media posts. And the nice thing about it is we can extend that reach out even further. We're pretty much using it for marketing, and then some support of larger events, the events that we think are going to draw folks the distance to come here. So.
Just a couple of questions. First one, just looking at your 25 proposed budget. Looks like ferry and hotel rack cards are only attributed to the film festival. Is there, is that explicit just for that single event, or do you have like a more general venue rack card that maybe on the backside of it is specific?
So that's I think what we're also finding is instead of just having a rack card that's more generic, we think it's almost better to have sort of seasonal or sort of event specific. And that's actually something I've been talking with the Greater Kitsap Chamber about, because that's kind of a move they're making. So if we can also work with them and either put our rack cards through what they're doing or kind of learn from them. So so we're definitely looking at doing. We currently have some Roxy specific rack cards, but we were looking to do one very specifically out in the region, out where the tourists travel, and for the film festival. I've had good luck with distribution, not for Roxy, but looking out to places like out in the rest areas where visitor centers are, sort of in the Portland market or the Eastern Washington. People who are close, maybe not en route to come here, but maybe they'll take that and say, "Oh, let's do that this fall. Let's plan that for next year." So, if that answers your question.
Sure. And did you say GKC was the one that was doing, or Greater Kitsap?
Yeah, that's yeah. They're looking. In fact, I talked to them earlier today. So they're looking to get. They're negotiating right now with Certified, the company that handles all the racks on the ferries and hotels, about trying to get like several slots that they can sort of rotate through. So it's possible for us to rotate into one of those, because again, the film festival would be seasonal. So that's a possibility. But also, I've worked with Certified myself. And if we need to, we'll contract with them directly.
And the only other question I had was, what's back on the block? Because I don't think I saw a description for it. But
So Quincy, it's a reference to a Quincy Jones song, and which is back on the block. And so that's kind of our concept for an annual. Sort of either the first one would probably be more tied to sort of a groundbreaking of Quincy Square, but Quincy's birthday's, I believe, in March. So, it's going to be kind of a spring. With the weather, we might need to push it a little out further. And since the plan for Quincy Square doesn't include covering the street, but we'll kind of figure that out. So, the construction stuff is always a bit of a moving target, but we've got some very grand ideas, like to pull in artists for the first year who have worked with Quincy Jones, but if nothing else, it'll be, happenings, a little bit of a block party, probably concert inside also of, sort of things that definitely honor the legacy of Quincy Jones.
Thank you.
Great. Michael, well, thank you very much. I think that concludes the questions for the panel.
Great. Well, thank you so much for making this work for us. And I'll work with Lee, and we'll make sure everything else is squared away. And again, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Yeah.
We're gonna pause for until the next interview.
So
yes. Okay, we're back for Kitsap County 2025 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee hearings. With us next is the Sea Discovery Center. We have one of our 24 applicants this year. We have a total ask of $4.1 million, and we have $1.3 million for disbursement available. So this is your next to last presentation of the 24 here on our second day of hearings. And upon completion, we will move into deliberations after the last one. And during deliberations are open. So you sit in here, you can listen in on Zoom. You can't participate, but you're able to listen if you'd like to. Some ground rules for the presentation. You have 10 minutes to present to the committee. Be timed right there. Should give you a warning. Give you a warning to get closed. And then at the end of that 10 minutes, we'll cut you off. And then there'll be another 10 minutes for questions and answered by the committee. Great. Okay. Do you have any questions before we get it? Okay. Well, then we'll give you the floor and it's yours.
Great. Okay. Thank you all for having us. My name is Holly Hill. I'm the Senior Director for Western Washington University on the peninsulas. And I work with Bridget, who I'll let her introduce herself, Bridget and the team at Sea Discovery Center.
I'm Bridget Anderson. I'm the Director of Operations and Outreach at Sea Discovery Center. I'm one of 5 part-time staff members that work at the facility and run the aquarium. So I'm the director down there.
And just a little bit of background, if you're not familiar with Sea Discovery Center, we are a self-sustaining entity that is operated like a nonprofit. Our parent if you will, is Western Washington University. And when we say self-sustaining, what that means is a small portion, about a third of our revenue comes from the university, and we are responsible for raising the additional funds, 2/3 or so of our overall operating budget. So we get some money that covers building stuff, but it doesn't really cover all of the expenses. Running an aquarium is very expensive if you've seen our financials. We were closed for about 2 years due to the pandemic, and it's been actually a couple of years since we applied for Kitsap County LTAC funding. And in the last, I would say 12 months, we've made a number of improvements to the facility itself based on some internal work. We've also kind of secured our long-term, or shored up, I should say, our long-term revenue strategy in terms of facility leases. So we have 3 tenants currently on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the building who are all locked into at least a 3-year up to a 5-year lease, and that provides a good solid base of revenue for us, and we kind of use those in terms of future projections. One thing that we are still working on are the impacts to our tanks from the pandemic. We had several, I'll say, catastrophic leaks due to dried out seals. So we fostered out all of the animals during the pandemic. And during that time, several of the tanks either were drained or sprung a leak and had to be drained. And the dried out seals have resulted in pretty strong inability to fix them ourselves. However, we've made really great progress. We have only 1 outstanding tank that is currently inoperable. So we repaired, how many? 4?
4 out of 7.
4 out of 7 were at one point inoperable, and we used the expertise of our staff and an intern that we have this summer from Bellingham Technical College, who happens to live in Fallsville, and he has been helping us with one of the last remaining tanks. We do have an octopus habitat tank that we are hopefully going to rehab and renovate next year. And you'll note I did make a comment in our application that the funds from any LTAC award would not be used towards the renovation of that tank, simply because it is a capital project within the facility, and we understand that is not an approved use. Currently, about 41% of our visitors do come from outside of Kitsap County, and we do track that with every visitor that comes through the facility. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Bridget to kind of highlight some of the marketing ask.
Yeah, I'll just kind of pick up where Holly left off. And we've been in the area for over 50 years. So we've gone from Puget Marine Science Center teaching teachers how to teach STEM to now a public aquarium. We also bring in about, this year we have 800 kids registered for our field trip program. It's a free field trip program through 5th and 6th graders to Kitsap and tribal schools. And we had about 20,000 visitors the last 2 years since reopening since the pandemic. We remain free. We do not charge admission. We ask for a donation so that we can remain accessible to everyone. So we're proposing in our request to this lodging tax to help support some of our outreach and marketing efforts. We've been working so hard on the facility and the infrastructure and the staffing and the education program, but that doesn't leave us a lot to do any kind of marketing outside of the people that know us. So in the proposal we've put together for you, we'd like to look at doing Washington State Ferry advertising, which we have never done before, but most of the people that we talk to have come to us from the ferries, from Seattle or outside of the Puget County area. We also have on here digital, some broadcast, print, and earned media and social media. And my background before coming to Sea Discovery Center, my last position, I was the partner marketing manager at KUOW at the NPR public station, and have worked with local media. We've been working hard on some partnerships that help us with marketing. So working with the Kitsap, or excuse me, the Downtown Pullsville Historical Association, Business Association, to do some outreach and marketing with them. A little more grassroots, but this is more focused on going outside of the Downtown Pullsville community and the websites and things like that that we do.
other part of our request is operating funds, simply so that we can continue to make progress on having high quality exhibits. Since we've reopened the facility, we've gotten a number of comments from people who have been, who visited prior to the pandemic when we had a completely different operational structure and different staffing. They always comment on how clean the exhibits are, how clear the water is, and the quality of the animal care that we have. So our request is to help offset some of those operating costs, which traditionally include utilities and animal food, test strips for water quality, those sorts of things to kind of help us to make progress and continue the repairs and things that we've been working on.
And the operations, as Holly mentioned, it's quite expensive to run an aquarium, a little bit different than other museums because we can't leave the animals. We can't just set it and forget it.
Yeah.
We have to go in every single day. We test the water because we're pulling in from Liberty Bay and there's toxins in the water that could take out the entire collection. So there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and it costs us about $22,000 a month to run the facility as is. And that's with 5 part-time employees, which is the equivalent of 2.5 staff. Pre-pandemic, there were 7 full-time employees. So we're a lean machine. But we're still meeting 20,000 visitors. We're still open. We're only open Fridays and Saturdays right now. We're considering a Sunday in the summer. And we have about 40 volunteers that give about $60,000 worth of their time. We average out the number of hours that they give. And we're still able to fully fund the education program for 5th and 6th graders, so they do not pay anything to come on those field trips. We've worked out some relationships. So these operational costs are just some of the day-to-day facility needs that we have to run the facility.
And just a couple of additional notes for you in terms of our revenue trajectory and our ability to be self-sustaining. For the first time, I think, well, definitely since 2016, when Western was gifted the facility by the city of Paulsbo, Sea Discovery Center ended in the black for the first time, which was a really wonderful thing. And through the strategies that we've implemented, for example, we have the only paid parking lot in the city of Paulsbo. And our small lot, which has a total of, I think it's 14 spaces, generated almost $60,000 in 1 year. And so that has really set us on a pathway. We've made really good progress and are continuing to implement strategies that will help us be fully self-sustaining long term.
I have 1 minute. Yes, Lisa teaches in college. I'm really good at that. So additionally, some of the revenue streams we've done more grant writing than we've ever done before. Corporate sponsorships, the octopus habitat, our goal is to be able to expand our number of visitors. Right now, to give about just over $2, we made almost $40,000 from our visitors last year, just as a donation. Not everybody pays, but some people want to put a $20 or use their Apple Watch to pay. So we're doing kind of some low threshold. And then this octopus campaign, we're developing a giving portfolio of individuals and corporate partners. So we're just working hard to be self-sustaining. Seconds. I don't know. I think let's see. We'll give you back 30 seconds of your life. Yeah. 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move into committee questions.
My question is going to be the parking, because I saw that we have to pay for parking. Well, I actually did pay for parking.
Thank you.
And that's incredible.
Yeah.
60,000, I would never have thought that.
Yeah. We allow our tenants, they have in their lease, some of them have parking, but because we're a tourist town, Saturdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, we're not open on Sunday right now, but people pay. You know, if they're coming over from Seattle, $15 for 5 hours is nothing. And it's a donation to us. $3 for an hour to go to the loft is under the aquarium. So yeah, it's been it was Holly's idea, and we're just
now to pay for the parking. Do you have to actually go inside?
No, it's through an app.
Visiting, so that's
it's
an app. There's an app, a park mobile app.
We can text. Yeah, they can pay us at the window, of Questions? Anybody else?
Also, LTAC.
Yes, we did a poll and we had a really seemingly positive outcome. And we are anticipating, in full disclosure, we are anticipating about $105,000 from the Paulsbo LTAC with the idea that the University Foundation, Western Foundation will match up to $25,000 of that. And that is designed for a couple of things, specifically to help us offset some of the operating costs so that we can put those towards the octopus tank repair, which has come in. We sent it out to bid, and the bid that was the winning bid was almost $290,000 to replace a tank, and not even replace it fully. It's to kind of replace the inside structure. But also I want to make it very well known that what we have proposed for the county is separate and distinct from our Paulsbo application. So there's no overlap whatsoever of any of the items. And when we had the last time we had Kitsap County and Paulsbo LTAC funds, I was very cautious about making sure there were no duplications of receipts and really kind of, would pass an audit, so to speak.
Nice article in the paper about the octopus.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah, evening magazine in a night or two.
Wow.
I'll send that out to Lynn. So
Did they pay for parking?
I didn't come in. It was over the phone, Greg. I just did it over the phone. They didn't come down.
Sorry.
I joke, I fling meter maid, but
yeah, she likes. Other questions?
I wish. I need that. I need that like chalk. Yes. Right. We'll use some Kitsap County LTAC.
She doesn't need more power. No. Parking power.
Within your KPI metrics, how are you, so I see like on-site visitors of collecting zip codes to understand overnight stays. Are you able to capture any additional like lodging information from other sources?
That's a really good question, Kelly. I'm doing some ad buys right now, some digital media on king5.com, and but I don't know if they can how to do that. I would have to ask. The only other thing that we're doing is we do a campaign to get people from the hotels. We do postcards, like postcards from Paulsbo, and it was a discount to different shops, and we put them in all the hotels. But it's kind of a tough one to track, even at the window level. We're like, are you staying at a hotel or Airbnb? How many nights? And that's
I don't have the event space available to be rented. Right?
We do that. That is a small line item. Yeah, we do rent.
I thought I remembered that.
Yeah, so there was a lot of wedding rehearsals and conferences, different things like that. Most of them are pretty local, but a lot of them are
okay. Part of our challenge with the event rentals is we don't have either space or product for cocktail tables and that sort of thing. And from what I gather, those are hard to come by sometimes in terms of people booking those separately.
Being able to use rooms. Okay. I don't know if there was any quantifiable lodging nights that could be associated with like the event space.
Not yet. So if that is something that kind of gets built out into another solid revenue stream, we can certainly kind of try and track that. Right now it's slightly anecdotal.
Fair.
Yeah.
Good. That concludes the questions from the panel. 4 minutes ago.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
It could be about almost 5 minutes to your life.
Great. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Yeah. Oh, these chairs are nice and
I know, I
low. It's like I'm used to a hard roll.
All right, good luck, you guys. You're almost there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can leave that open.
This one doesn't work.
Bottled water contract's gone off DES.
It's gone?
Yeah, they used to have a contract.
Yeah.
To service like our water thing for state agencies. It's
Oh,
gone.
well, that, we can't buy water for ourselves.
So, yeah,
Are we gonna go right into it?
and I'm wondering if that's why the contract. Because it should have been, it wasn't that old of a contract. So.
Are we still recording?
Yeah.
All right.
Good to
We're
go.
ready- we're ready to roll.
Are you all set?
Hey, guess what?
Okay.
This is the last one.
Yay!
Yeah.
Well, it's really a pleasure to be here this afternoon, to be with all of you. Thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your consideration of our proposal. My name is Christina Pavarnik. I'm
Hold on a second.
He goes.
I gotta get mine.
I'm so excited. I thought you were so excited.
It's okay.
Okay,
This
sorry.
is the Kitsap County 2025 lodging tax advisory committee hearings. We have 24 applicants this year with a total request of $4.1 million in change of asks. We have $1.3 million to disperse. This, as I already said, this is our last presentation of the day. We're moving to deliberations after this. It's for the midnight oil, trying to figure out how we're going to allocate it all. You're welcome to stay and listen to that if you like, or attend on Zoom. With no commentary, and provide any additional information you should listen if you'd like to. As for your presentation, you're going to have 10 minutes to present. It'll be timed right here. And at the end of that 10 minutes, you will get cut off. And then there'll be an opportunity for 10 minutes for questions and answers by the committee. And then I think I failed the last group, but upon completion of deliberations, we'll make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, who will hopefully have it approved by the end of November. Okay, any questions before we begin? Now.
All right. Well, I'm Christina Pavarnik, the Executive Director for Visit Bainbridge Island, which is the umbrella organization for the Kitsap Tourism Coalition. And we are thrilled to be here today. I am joined by a wonderful team of people: Josh Johnson, Kelly Kitchell-Cooper, Chris Mueller, and Josh's wife, Sarah. And between the five of us, we represent 130 years of tourism marketing and advertising experience. We don't look that old, do we? That's a lot of experience. It's a lot of passion that we've put into our careers. And it's a lot that we bring to you and to Kitsap County to really help with economic development. I've always felt that tourism is the door to economic development, and we are here to do that in spades for you. We are not only here just to talk about our upcoming grant proposal for 25, but we also would like to take a moment to do a quick recap of what we've accomplished in 24 and where we're at year to date. So with that, I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thanks, Christina. Thanks for having us here today. Yeah, so this group is not only committed to excellence in our work and supporting the stakeholders across the county, we're also committed to transparency and really sharing the results. We want this board and all of our stakeholders really know what are the results of the investment that we've made in you. So I'm gonna go a mile a minute and breeze through a bunch of things that we covered, give you some benchmarks and results from 2024 so you have a better idea of where your investment went. Websites. Kitsap.love launched early 2024 with several hundred pages of high quality content. And year to date, we've had 50,000 page views. We're very proud of that as well. Also within that time, we've added 30 additional articles, original pieces of content, guides, itineraries, and in that 30, we've created 6 different event guides. And those are things that we tee up and they go weeks ahead of some of our big marquee county events to give information and inspiration to get people to attend those events. I'm extremely proud that our SEO, or search engine optimization, is excellent. We rank on the first page of Google for a number of search terms that are very important to travel and tourism in Kitsap Peninsula. First page for Visit Kitsap, first page for Travel Port Orchard, Paulsville, Bremerton. We're the first page. If you search Kitsap restaurants, festivals, farmers markets, 4th of July, Christmas, what to do, we're all ranked on the Google first page. And that's all a result of those web pages that we created and those high quality articles and guides. So that means that Google sees these as highly valuable, and the audience behavior is telling Google that these are very valuable links and very valuable information. At the end of August, or in August, we launched explorekitsap.org, which is fundamentally different from kitsap.love, is that it's a digital visitors guide that is designed to be paired with a print edition that we hope to have the resources to create in 2025 that will talk to each other directly. And within the first 90 days of that being live, we've had almost 9,000 page views. Our newsletter has been delivered to 87,000 emails, has been delivered 87,000 times. And we have an open rate of 27.5, which is really good. And we have a link click rate of average of 7%, which is phenomenal. And through that 7%, we've been able to deliver 15,000 individual link clicks to stakeholders. So that's landing pages for events, that's individual business websites, Facebook profiles, and whatnot. Throughout the year, we've covered over 17 events, festivals, and activations. That's Viking Fest, Wine and Brew Fest, Mosquito Fleet, any fest there was. My wife and I were there with our camera creating content, but really all the farmers markets, night markets, First Fridays, air show, Taste of Kitsap. We were at all these events creating content. And the result of that is that we've cataloged, uploaded, and shared 3,100 photos for our stakeholders, for our chambers, for event organizers that we have in Flickr accounts. We're very open-handed. This is marketing material that anyone that's promoting these events, whether it's a chamber or a private organization going forward, can then utilize. We're committed to increase that number exponentially. And lastly, social media. Our Facebook has reached almost 500,000 accounts this year. We have 15,000 engagements. That's likes, shares, comments. That's massive. And our original videos, we put a lot of stock, a lot of time and effort into creating original video content. It's been viewed for 91 hours on Facebook. And on Instagram, we've posted 93 reels so far this year. And if you know anything about social media, kind of where the tide is with that, they're prioritizing and promoting original short form content. That's what Instagram and Facebook wants to see. So that's what we've been really leaning into, and it's really paid dividends. So that's just a snapshot of some of the things we've been doing on the digital and the social. I'm going to kick it to Kelly, and she'll talk about 2025 and what we want to do going forward.
Sure. I'm going to introduce our strategy for 2025. We are committed to promoting Kitsap County's lodging, attractions, and businesses as a premier destination for travelers planning extended stays from 50 miles and beyond. Our funding request overview is the following. Social media. We'll continue to create and post original content almost daily, featuring high quality videos and photography. Website enhancement. Ongoing updates and additions to both the Love Kitsap site and our current online exploration or visitor guide, Explore Kitsap. Advertising. We've allocated a substantial amount of funding to help run very robust print and digital campaigns, with the majority of our efforts being concentrated in shoulder season. A visitor guide, a countywide visitor guide, which will also help the reduction of separate community maps and will complement our new digital maps, which we actually just rolled out yesterday. The guide will highlight all that Kitsap has to offer. This includes the creation of the guide, printing of the guide, and extensive regional distribution using the certified folder. Photography and video creation, continued development of a comprehensive media library accessible to stakeholders. This includes a PBS series launching in November, spotlighting Bremerton and Bainbridge with plans to continue the series in 2025. Event support, sponsorship, marketing, and PR for cross-county events. Fam trips, hosting travel writers and influencers. World Cup preparation. This is extremely important right now. We have less than 600 days before we have an influx of people coming into Kitsap County for FIFA. So Our goal is to create a strategic planning and have website development for all, because of the tourism related financial footprint and exposure, it'll be unprecedented. So we don't want to start too late. We need to start right now. Visitor center and support for centers without LTAC funding, similar to what we did this year for the majority of chambers in our county. Trade show participation, data reporting with access to data sharing using tools such as Datify and DNA, Air DNA. Our program allows us to share this data cross-county with all shareholders that we've requested. We recognize that this is a very robust and extensive plan, but our team's agility, industry connections, and media expertise, as well as our countywide collaborative approach, will allow us to deliver and continue to deliver exceptional results. In our first year, we believe we've achieved more for Kitsap County tourism than any previous organization. Our approach ensures that almost every LTAC dollar received directly supports tourism promotion across Kitsap County, reaching 50 miles and beyond.
With our combined years of experience in tourism, we have a deep understanding of how to execute engaging and sustainable programming that resonates with visitors. We're eager to continue building on our momentum in 2025 and are here today to ask for your continued support. Together, we bring a new energy and visibility to Kitsap by creating tourism programming that fosters economic growth, celebrates culture, and builds lasting connections. Thank you for your consideration of our grant proposal.
Anything else you'd like to add? Your minute?
We actually got that sooner than we thought we would.
Okay, next we'll move into 10 minutes of question and answer from the committee. Anybody have a question? I'll start.
Have you requested any LTAC funds from like any of the other?
We have not, and there's some methodology behind that. We want to make sure that those events that are being produced in each individual city, they can go after that funding, and then we can support them on the back end with our marketing and PR efforts. So we wanted to leave that for the people working in those local areas. That was
I'm blinded by the light. For your red cards, the twice a year printing, are you aiming that to be like seasonal promotional details or events or promotions? Any of you thought about doing it like quarterly or more often than twice a year?
We could do that. We want them to be linked to QR codes, so then we can be super nimble on the back end and make sure that all the events and activities are updated accordingly. So that isn't for us to do those things. It's not real difficult. And so again, we can do them seasonally, quarterly, whatever makes sense. And it isn't a huge investment on our part to make that happen.
And then is it just the rat cards at CTAC, or are you exploring the?
We'll use certified just as we would for the visitor guide to make sure, and we study certified to make sure that we're not on occasion certified folder will put you in like a Best Western in the Tri-Cities, right? We want to be a visitor information center, so where people are really going to pick it up and use it, as well as CTAC and the port and stuff like that.
Well, the records at CTAC are right near the catch there.
Yeah. The airport,
yeah. Shuttle, so.
They will, certified will deliver. We just really work with them to make sure we map out a good plan so they're not just kind of wasted and stuck all over the place.
And when did you say Kitsap.love launched?
Launched early 2024.
And did you say Explore Kitsap or the 9,000 was in just 3 months?
Yeah, we launched that in August. Yeah, so that was really, it's designed to be a digital visitor guide. There is a single page, you don't click anywhere. So it's different from Kitsap.love. It's like a traditional website, or there's links everywhere. Go to this article. We really looked at user trends, especially in the younger demographic. It's scrolling, it's not clicking. People don't want to go everywhere and there's links everywhere. that's where your bounce rate goes through the roof. And people just go somewhere else. I got something better to do. With explorekitsap.org, it is one continuous page that has the content of 50 pages, which will be updated quarterly, seasonally, as needed. Really, we have that ability to be nimble, but it's ready to be reskinned as a visitor's guide. If we got the resources allocated, we could start designing this immediately. We don't have to go to the chalkboard. We create this website to be the template for that.
It's also pretty unique for the state of Washington. I'm out and about across the state a lot, and I have never seen that before. So I think that we're really leading edge with that concept of a digital visitor guide like that.
And one thing I didn't mention that I wanted to is that guide was launched with partnership and co-sponsored by Cascade PBS. We're very excited about our relationship with Cascade PBS. Kelly just said we've wrapped 6 video content series focusing on Bremerton and BI, and we have aims to really expand that in the future. They're a tremendous regional organization that's going to be really on our team. They see the vision. They want to promote Kitsap, and we have a great relationship with them already.
And did I understand correctly that the Exploration Guide magazine would go hand in hand with?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Yeah. And is it like how does that work?
Well, the Explore Kitsap will be a digital representation of the content of the printed magazine. So not everybody can, and then eventually I'll see it also as an app. Kind of that's the trifecta. Is that it's a printed magazine, which is very expensive. You do as many as you can, you distribute it as widely and as effectively as possible, but not leaving anything on the table, having that digital version that we can link to in a QR code.
Updated
in
real time.
Link it on the wrap cards, have everything talk to each other, be very coherent.
And it really would eliminate a lot of waste and duplication of efforts. Like we have maps all over the county, we have all of these things, everything would be self-contained in there. So it gives the tourist or the reader a one-stop shop,
It's
right?
not confusing. Yeah, it's branded, it's cohesive, it's not confusing, it's not a duplication of effort, not a duplication of resources.
But my question, it's going to be focused on the World Cup website. What is your? I mean, it's a very big chunk of what you guys. What is when would that go live, and what would be like the best way to envision what that's going to be for everybody?
It will be
an
it'll be an information and resource guide, and we're hoping that we can bring in a lot more partners. Like one of the biggest issues we're going to find here, for example, is how do people find out where to go, right? And again, we're talking about lodging tax dollars. We need to make sure that our lodging partners are first and foremost in that, right? Where are people going to stay? How are they going to get there? How is it going to work with Kitsap Transit and the Washington State Ferry? So initially building a website, working with the group with the World Cup and FIFA to make sure that this is at least the foundation, a place to start that we can build on. If we don't have a place to start, if we don't have the vision for anything, we're going to be we're already behind the eight ball right now. If anyone went to the KETA presentation, again, what do they keep stressing? We're 600 days away. That's not much time. So when you ask that question, the second we know we're going to get funding, we will work on it. Just like we worked on the website, we were able to launch our website last year, not in August or July. We were out of the gate rolling with Love Kitsap right away. Once we knew that we were going to get funding, out of the gate, we wanted to make things happen. So
there's things that there's some unknowns that go into FIFA question, and one of that is what teams are going to be playing, what countries will be represented, what languages are they speaking, what cultures will be visiting. These things, what we will build, and with our partners in overseas building, all of this is going to be a factor. We're not going to do something cookie cutter. We're creating something specifically for the people that we think will be here, their interests, their language, some of the challenges they might face. We're going to be out of the gate meeting them right where they are.
And we're not going to leave it at that. We know we want people to come back here afterwards, right? We want them to be, Christina always says, romanced in coming here. We want to make sure if we fail, if we don't do much, right, it's going to be a nightmare, right? So if we do a really good job and romance them back, even better.
I mean, that's really, when I think about FIFA goals. It's not just to get through July 2026 to do a good job with people here. It's recapturing what percentage of, can we recapture 10% revisiting? We want to work in tandem. FIFA is also going to be in Vancouver at the same time. How can we work in tandem to ensure that people in Vancouver are coming to Kitsap and joining the teams in celebration on this side? So for me, it's all about using the technology and getting very strategic about some high-tech tools and tracking, geofencing and whatnot, so that we not only welcome the people, give them the tools while they're here, but we capture the data and get the highest percentage of revisitations possible from this audience, what we have so.
And there's no reason that Kitsap County should not be sold out of hotel rooms and do the reverse commute. I used to work at Visit Seattle, and I'm a veteran of all the big sporting events and citywide conventions, and we have a unique opportunity here to have people stay here and do the reverse commute. And there's absolutely no reason. And all of us work with Visit Seattle. We work with State of Washington Tourism. We are well connected at that level to make sure that, and the Port of Seattle. Exactly.
So then my follow-up on that would be, so we're putting all that into that. What happens after it's over? What do we know with that built?
We do not want it to be mothballed. We want it to evergreen, but right, we want to keep building on it. So we can integrate it back into what we're doing currently for tourism. So there will be a way, there should be an avenue for us to make that happen. And so that will be part of the strategic plan. We don't want it to just go away. We don't want to lose that website traffic.
Right. I know,
We don't want to lose anything, right? We want to stay on top of Google.
And we're seeing this FIFA opportunity as a multi-year opportunity. People tend to be focused on the X amount of weeks that the games are being played. So this website will then serve, I think, a year after down the line. How can we continue to celebrate FIFA and soccer culture and the Sounders and that type of travel and exchange back and forth?
Kitsap County is in the best position possible, for, can I?
You can finish your sentence.
I can. We're just in the best position of any of the neighbors around Seattle because we have easy access between Kitsap Transit and the ferry. So we really want to capitalize on that great opportunity. Thank you for letting me finish my sentence.
All right. Thank you
Thank you all so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably not just this one.
Now we can
Oh,
check.
yay. You got finally without
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I let you share your screen. You have to join the Zoom meeting, and I will make you as a panelist.
Hi, Phil.
See ya.
Can we take 5?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, before we start doing
Yeah.
probably gonna want to take 10.
We're gonna just take a little bit of a break here, come back in 10 minutes.
All right, which one is one? Want to see it? Okay, so I did it alphabetically. I think you all can see that. Can we do the whole screen and not have any of the rest of this stuff?
Make it large.
You
A
can
little bit
hide
larger.
the, you can hide the participants.
Yeah, I don't have to.
Yeah. I don't think that- Then it won't look
If
like
you
you're
change-
watching us.
Yeah, if you change your view, you can take the speaker preview off also. Just make that larger. The top.
Oh, yeah. So
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah. And selfie.
there we go.
Nice.
Whenever you can start. So however you want to start, if you want to go down the list alphabetically, or if you want to, go around certain ones, we can do that. It's however you all want to take a peek at it.
So I'm gonna make a suggestion to get us started. Anything $20,000 or less, we just go ahead and read it. And if we do that, that takes care of 7 organizations for $71,500.
My God, you already got those numbers.
Because you sent me your spreadsheet.
Okay, so
So
that would be.
their actual amounts that they requested?
Yes, 100%. So that would be Kingston, who at 3,000. Golf Association at 4,000. Naval Undersea Museum at 5,000. Puget Sound Navy Museum at 7,500. Wayzgoose for 12,000. Beamer for 20, and Roxy for 20,000.
No, it's 4,000. Yeah, I had put it wrong on the.
Okay. Oh, I said 4,000.
You did.
Okay.
And then you said Viva for 20?
Viva for 20, and then Roxy for 20.
And remember, I can always amend this, so even though it's in here, it doesn't mean it's.
So that still leaves us a little bit more than 1.2.
1,100,000 or 1,233,000. If we did that.
Wait, 233, that's not the math I got.
Hold on, maybe it's my formula.
I've got.
71,500.
Yes.
Do you guys want to talk about any of these smaller ones? Do you think all of them should get 100%? I thought that there was a few that I didn't feel like.
Okay, let's talk about it. Like I said, that was just a proposal.
Okay. I only had questions on 2.
The one that I would have question on in that batch would be the Golf Association, just because they've never applied in the years that I've been on committee.
Right, and that's where I had the questions too, because like 5,000 of it was food. And
oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Right,
yeah, it was 4,000.
But mine, 5,000 of it was for food and beverage of their budget.
So, okay. So
that's for volunteers.
Yeah, so what he said in the Q&A that I wrote down was that from their budget, LTAC funds would cover player lunch, potentially increase, to be able to break even at 0 on the P&L, and then anything else would be towards the merchandise credits.
Yeah, they basically just want to break even and then get a little bit back.
It does bring in people from out of the area.
And they do stay.
Yeah, they have to stay, so.
Multi-day.
So
If you guys agree, I'm totally fine. I just had a question that one.
yeah.
No, it's a good question. Please call it out.
The one that I would have had some kind of question about was the Kingston Historical Society, 3,000, because that's just paying for events. Right? Isn't that the one that they were paying for?
It's an event and it's book publications. We're publishing a book.
Is that really great? Tourism wise, this is an all people, and didn't they say that they basically stay at like a family member's house? And that is my only question. I'm not saying we do or don't give it to them, but like that's my only. Is that really a tourism? Does it help tourism in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, I
Question
mean,
on that.
Well, if somebody buys the book and decides to come back, yeah, stay. Yeah, I had them down as just 2,000. What if we cut, we have to cut. So do you cut everybody a little bit?
Right.
You know, And so, I mean, their request was 3,000, but, you know, if we cut, you know, way down on the other, can they come up with $1,000 to cover the cost on their own? Yeah.
I know they're like the smallest amount, and it's like, it's picking, but
Yeah,
that was my,
$1,000.
again, that was my only question on that one, is like, what is it bringing in for our tourism dollars? Like, that was my, yeah, that was the one I was on the phone with, so. I remember you saying that nobody's really thinking hotels.
How about I make them red, and the red ones are the ones we go back to finalize?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was 1.3 total, right? That's what we were.
1.3 total.
Yeah, so the math doesn't.
Math doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1,000,003 minus 7.15, is that correct?
Could be like 68.5 or 128.5. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me save this. Okay. Okay, next go around.
Well, my thought was to maybe fund the activities that are out in the county. So, for example, maybe look at the
So unincorporated?
incorporated. So the
Whaling days.
whaling days.
Let me put an asterisk next to them so we know which one we're looking at. So for the whaling.
The Golf Association. That's outside from the City.
Fair, Stampede.
I double checked it because I was about to ask them if they requested.
Okay.
And I think the other ones were.
And then Greater Kitsap Chamber is part of Silverdale too, right?
Yeah, I was thinking of dealing with the chambers as chambers, you know, kind of break them into areas that, you know, here's these events that need funding, and then here's these, you know, maybe the three chambers or so, and look at them as a group. So
I agree.
So that would be Fair, Whaling Days, Golf Association. Oops.
What about Kingston?
Kingston Chamber.
And the Historic Society.
no, we were. Maybe it's already, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
she was
Oh,
notating
part of
which
that,
ones
yeah.
were
Yeah.
unincorporated.
Yeah.
What about Wayzgoose? They were in Bremerton last year, she was looking for.
But she was still looking. That's the
Did she?
Yeah,
Yeah.
she said there was
Say-
another spot in Bremerton she was looking for.
Yeah, it would still stay inside.
Naval
Not
Undersea
builders. Where are
Museum.
they at?
Oh,
Well,
yeah, the
they're-
Undersea
Undersea
Museums.
They're in the fairgrounds.
Oh.
Is where they're actually, maybe where their event is it? Is it?
The
Yeah.
Building
No, I think
Association?
Building Association's at the fairground.
Yeah.
So that is right.
Yeah.
So. And you want to do chambers later,
Yeah.
so first one outside of the historical would be Kitsap Builder Association, 200,000.
Last year we gave, last year they requested 200,000, that's 70.
Should we put that in as a placeholder?
150 or 100? Maybe.
You know, that would be smart. Do what they got last year for right now.
Did they color it different?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, make it a different color and look like.
I love coloring spreadsheets.
I'm sure you want to just hand this over like Kelly.
I have so many, like she's the
What
official.
color do you want?
We will.
Yeah.
How about
I was just curious.
I'll just highlight the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Kitsap Fair and Stampede is the next unincorporated.
They did not ask for anything last year.
Correct.
And they're doing, this is also two events basically, it's the Stampede and the Blues Fest. So, and when I did the math on it, the Stampede was like basically 75,000 of the ask, and then the Blues Festival was the rest, it's like 74,500. So can we allocate, like, will we do this much for this and this much for this, or do they have to, we just give them a check and they use it for whatever they want?
We can say that we're gonna give them, if we're gonna give them $100,000, we can say 50 can go to one of each. If they have like 15 line items, that'd be different.
Correct.
But the 2 items, and they only have 2 events, we can certainly do that. So what did you say?
So when I looked at it, I did the math, it was 74,500 was for the Stampede, and then the remaining, what their ask was for the Blues Fest. I think it was like 54,000. Yeah, I believe that's right. Yeah, that's it. So yes, that was what it was. So they did 54,000 for the Blues Fest and 74,500 for the rodeo. Of those 2 events, just based on my hotel occupancy, I can tell you which one was the more popular, and it was definitely the rodeo. We were sold out during that time. And we also had some of the the rodeo people, they were down in the market. So I know that they were at least bringing in people that way. And it seems like that's the bigger event of the 2.
Well, it's the more established event,
Yeah.
right? Because Admiral said, what was it, like
They
less
put
than
that
3 months, they
Yeah,
turned
they just like
around.
threw it
and did the
around and
Blues
put it
Festival.
together. We also have some of the artists for the Blues Festival, but I can just tell you that the draw was definitely for the rodeo board. Now, if we give them money for the Blues Festival, does that mean it's gonna be way more successful this year? Who knows? But I know the people are gonna come to the fairs. It's 4-H, it's all that stuff.
Well, it's also proven.
Yeah, so I would say if we're gonna allocate, I would still allocate it percentage-wise based on what they're asking.
I'm gonna give you a number, 115. They take a 13,000 hit, not fund that 13,000. Just to see, because if you give them 128, you're gonna end up reducing them anyway. So you might as well just reduce them down a little bit. And just to fill a number in there, you can always add to it. But
Or we could do a straight 100K and do 75K for the rodeo and 25 for the blues.
Well, they're asking for less than 75K for the, I'm just barely. They're basically asking for a 60% split. So 60% for the rodeo, 40% for the.
So 60,000?
So if you started at 100,000, 16,000.
16.
Yeah, 16 and 40, okay.
Well, we definitely cannot use last year's number. The ones that repeat this year.
Oh, we can't.
No, because we're already $295,000.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have to come all the way to from last year's.
Okay, so next one would be the Undersea Museum. Oh, no, sorry, scratch that. Silverdale Whaling Days.
They have a huge ask this year.
I can't justify their ask. Like, the math doesn't work.
No,
for
and then
it to jump
So to give you an
that
idea,
high.
last year they asked for $130,000.
Right.
They got $75,000 from the committee.
They're asking 480,000 this year. And the only major thing that's in this change is the drone show, which is $90,000 we're asking. And their mystery artists that are trying to do is, but to me, that's a huge amount, and it's 3 times what they asked for last year.
should we put down the 75,000 that we agreed on last year and then? Have it good?
Let's go back to it.
I think all of this is gonna have.
Well, yeah.
Well, I know that she was saying that they lost a bunch of sponsorship. They weren't getting the same kind of sponsorship. They've been getting, and then they had to dip into their basically savings
Right.
from the year before for this particular one. So does that mean that they dipped into all of their savings and now they're asking us to replenish?
Yeah.
That's probably a question I should have asked.
I would say add 50, or what's half of 75 is 30, let's say 35,000. Add it to that, so it's 110. And just make that a total placeholder for now, and just because it's less than what they've asked, a lot less than what they've asked for, but at least it will fund part of the digital drone thing.
Well, my other question is, that's why I asked, like, do you need fireworks and drones?
Yeah.
It depends, I guess, because if they follow what they did this year, it's fireworks on Friday night. They wanted to do another show on Saturday night. It's a drone show.
Right.
Assuming that is two separate costs.
But do they charge for each? I was at work.
No, they do not charge. They don't charge for people to attend. Unless I think you want into the beer garden, or you want into the stage area where they have the concert. Yeah, but the rest.
Yeah, do they charge for that?
I don't know for certain.
The 21 club. They do?
Yeah, that's the beer garden. Yeah, they do charge for that. That one.
So they're not really, this isn't a revenue there. Well,
I think it is in the sense that you're attracting people.
Right. I'm just know what I'm saying for the actual event itself. It's like not like the event planners are making revenue off the concert.
Correct. The revenue is being made off of people that they're putting together stuff that attracts people to come there and spend money on.
So
At least that's my.
and Greg recommended 100.
110.
110.
I think it's a good place to work, in my opinion. I mean, it's more than what they got last year.
Yep.
But it's way under their ask.
Again, they're asked, I can't get back to that math. I mean, seriously, because within the application, the scope of work project timeline, main items for funding, drone show, fireworks, carnival place, marketing, security, rentals and environment, that only comes out to like 300 grand.
Yeah.
So what's the other 180 that's in the ask? It's not, there's nothing within the application packet itself that actually points out, like lists out exactly what that.
And wasn't the carnival still kind of up in the air because there wasn't a place to put it? Like she's working with the mall.
Yeah, it was part of it was trying to figure out where to put it because the mall parking lot would probably have to be it. But the other side of it too was finding a carnival company that they could contract that would be available to even do it.
At that time, yeah.
And what was the?
It was 50 grand
for the carnival.
Yeah. But again, I can't, nothing in the packet points me back to what line items within their expenses tallies the 480.
Are you comfortable with 110?
For a placeholder, yeah, I think it's probably gonna have to get shaved, but I'm okay with 110.
She also said with the drone bids, it was from 40,000 up to 100,000.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe you can only afford the 40,000.
But she also only put a $90,000. She put a $90,000 placeholder for the drone show.
Yep.
Yeah. So it was
75,000
accounted
for the fireworks in the mall.
Okay, well, that took care of all the unincorporated except for the chambers.
Okay.
So Admiral Theater.
Admiral Theater requested $150,000 last year and received $110,000 last year.
So this year's ask is only 20 grand more.
But these guys are Bremerton, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like if we're gonna give Admiral Tim should get whatever they want that. That's just my opinion because it's gets up by incorporated versus city.
Would you say
That's a
you
good
gave
way to
last
look
year?
at it.
Last year, Admiral Theater had a request for 150 and they received, the committee recommendation was 110. Assuming that's what they ended up getting. That was what was approved by the commissioners.
Well, I was gonna put 150 on it, so.
On Admiral?
Yeah,
I was gonna say 120, just to give them a
What?
bump from
130.
last year.
Shall we put 130 for a placeholder?
You know what?
Just cutting.
Honestly, I'm gonna say keep it at 110 from last year because we're gonna have to shave.
Yeah,
If
well,
we
yeah.
keep-
we're
If
gonna
we
be
keep
shutting-
giving
yeah,
six figures to folks, we're gonna have to shave it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
110.
mark that as going back. These ones, the ones in orange are the ones that could change.
Oh, yeah.
The 3,000 is in red because we have an issue with that one, so we want to go back and
Just kind of have
verify.
a conversation.
So Arts and Humanities of Bainbridge Island. 27,000.
Was that the? That wasn't Puget, that was the tribal.
It was the,
She was a video presentation, right?
was on the Philippines or?
Yeah.
It was a one event, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah, the total project was 44. So is Bainbridge one something?
Yes.
It's a whole.
On LTAC.
Well, I put down 20.
I actually think I agree with you.
Okay.
20
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
placeholder. Objections.
Well, you can tell, I mean, just looking up, they're the ones that are reduced from they're lower than what they asked for. So that way you can go back and say, okay, you've lowered it 7,000 there and 60,000 there. So yeah.
Okay, so I think we need to do Blackberry Festival and Sunny Jack events. I don't know if you all want to do it combined or separate. They are separate events. They're going to be separate contracts.
Yeah.
But right now we have Blackberry Festival for 49.5.
So with the Sunny Jack event, is she still only in Bremerton or does it go outside of Bremerton? Sunny Jack?
Where did the wedding?
The wedding
is
expo.
It's the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Taste of Kitsap.
That's it.
It's on the
That's on the boardwalk. It moved to the boardwalk, what she told us last year, from the fairgrounds. She's having challenges. All right, to give you an idea, last year the Blackberry Festival had a request of 25 and they got 21,500. And this year they're asking for 49,500.
I don't want to hear salary, that's part of this. But that was with Sunny Jack.
I think that's
It's
Sunny
more,
Jack.
it's more on the Sunny Jack side.
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
She
it's more on
does,
the-
she does have a compensation line. And on
And
Blackberry.
Blackberry too. What is the compensation like? Right there.
I feel like it was like 25.
I'm right here in it. So expenses.
For Sunny Jack?
No,
The whole thing.
Oh.
so we got 800 and some left.
818.
I would say it was like a line at the bottom of the page that was like by itself or something, I think was.
But she also made the comment, she can make it work with 21.5.
She said she could make
She
one.
did.
And
That
that's,
was out of her
That's what
list.
she received last year.
and that's what she received last year.
What she received last year.
Yes.
21,500.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. She said she could make it work. I think we need to,
Why would we not keep it at 21,500?
right,
Yes.
Also have the opportunity for Bremerton lodging tax.
right.
Okay, so right now, 21.5 for the Blackberry Festival.
Yeah.
Okay. And Sunny Jack events, or do you want to just go down the line and get to them later?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Sunny Jack events, Last year,
290,000.
that's this year's ask is 290. Last year, the ask was 115 and received $72,050.
They will probably try.
That's
Probably trying to get the last dime.
Trying to
Yeah.
figure out how to put it somewhere.
Yep.
72,050.
Because we had the 525s on the two biggest. requests.
And 290K was the full 100%. She was.
That was right.
Yeah.
And she broke this one down for like each event. So there's the wedding expo, there was the night market, Kitsap, Bremerton Bridge Blast. I think Bremerton Bridge Blast is the biggest. That's the biggest.
Yeah,
That's the biggest.
Bridge Blast is the big biggie. Because in fact, it's 2 days. And the night market's new, so that would not have been within her request last year.
She also trying to do a family.
Yeah,
do a
the family night on
and
boardwalk.
then the boardwalk or something.
Yeah, but she doesn't have that broken down in her.
It's,
she got-
yeah, it's TBD. She was talking about one to
71.
Last
She
year
got
she received
72,050.
72,050.
You know, and on here, if we gave her 72, she only has 56 on here. Did you put it somewhere else too? Oh, down here. Okay. She
Yeah,
has it
because
down
she,
there.
yeah, she's got it allocated by event.
Just her number.
She had
Thorough number.
$73,000 in profit.
Someone threw a number of 100,000. Does someone want to work with that or?
But you did increase her, was it the Blackberry? We did increase that, so.
We kept the same.
Kept it the same,
Of
yeah,
what
so
it
we
was,
did
yeah.
increase that, so we could, we're gonna increase her Sunny one for what, 32,000 or something like that, 38,000? It was 72.
You said you wanted to grow.
28,000. Yeah, I said 100,000.
I'm good with that. You good with that?
I mean, it's just a number for now. I mean,
It's too much.
Too much?
Shave.
You think?
Yeah, I would say 85.
85?
Okay.
85? Okay.
And then even we can still shave off of that.
Okay, so next one is Bremerton Symphony Association, 34,000 asked.
They did not ask for anything last year.
Yeah, the past couple of years, they didn't.
Yeah, they've not been here so long.
They're gonna get Bremerton, right?
They are, but they actually, he said yesterday, they performed in Silverdale because they performed at CK High School. So I looked it up while I was talking about it, and my wife went and booked their tickets for their November.
It's nice.
Well, it's like a mile.
But they also perform in Cape Harbor, and they also.
Yes.
They do perform in other places,
And other counties.
but they have 3 or 4 shows that they do in Silverdale.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What are the Bremertons?
Well, they're the Bremerton, but then they also say they're the Kitsap Symphony.
Bremerton Symphony Association, their website.
So it's a Kitsap Philharmonic.
Oh.
I think is what it
Well,
is.
they could be nonprofit, officially.
Yeah, it could be one,
nonprofit,
right.
as represented. I know, sure.
So they're not Bremerton exclusive.
Yeah. They're
I would
asking,
say 25,000.
yeah, I was saying 25.
Yep.
Downtown Bremerton Association. They're under 61,900. They have not
They did not ask last
applied with us before.
Oh,
Yeah, so they were asking for brand new money. They did apply for Bremerton LTAC. They have the gift shop and info center that they're wanting to build out inside the
Museum.
history center.
Yeah, it's one of those. 12,000. Do we know what Bremerton has to offer this year?
No, and we won't know until they award, because then it shows, it's kind of like us, we don't put the money on there.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's on Bremerton right now is what was awarded for 24.
You think about 75,000.
It was 755 last year. And
They're asking for 161.
161.9.
they received 22,000 from.
So go scroll down. So how many are left empty?
Oh, Sheepers Creepers, we only
Some
have
really big
800,000 left.
Some really big ones.
9.
9?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and we got about 800,000 left,
But
divided by 9.
Oh.
You know, oh, that'll give you numbers, then go from there.
I don't think we should worry about what's left over, just plug in, and then we'll start reducing from there.
So what do you think about 75,000 for Downtown Bremerton Association? Too much? Enough?
Yeah. Yeah, for the city of Bremerton. That's the city of Bremerton. We should be the side. I think we should be a secondary, we should be a primary.
That puts 70.
70?
Yeah, it's 90,000 runs.
Okay, we're doing chambers later. Kitsap History Museum.
They asked last year, Kitsap History Museum. Last year asked for 75 and received 72.5. That's
105.
105 and 160. What do I put in for fair and Stampede?
Fair and Stampede is 100,000.
What did we give them last year? Last year they received, I want to say 72.5.
Yeah, they're in there.
They are only, pardon?
1/3 of their people or their guests are over 50 miles too.
3,300 people.
What's it?
It was only 30.
Okay. 75, is that what you guys said?
That's what I said. So
50?
60.
60? Any objections on 60? I'm looking at the faces trying to see if they're agreeing.
This is just so hard.
It is hard. Okay, we're doing the chambers later. E-Discovery, 55.2.
I'm gonna say 40.
I was gonna say they have the 2 line items, the operating cost was 20, and I was gonna say give them the 34.5. That was my last suggestion.
40.
So
So they have Hillsborough contact.
Yeah.
They're already getting.
yeah, and they got matched. I think, I don't know. I was gonna say 42. I mean, just 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they can use it as they want.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's 15.
Okay, so and we're getting into the big ones
Yeah.
now. So let's go down first to the smaller one, Science and Engineering Fair, 75,000.
Okay, last year they.
Yeah.
I want to say that they got that last year. 75,000 was their ask last year. We received 75,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with just continuing that.
That's been consistent for
years.
Okay, so now we're into so do you want to do the larger ones or go into the chambers? The larger ones are the 800,000 asks. So visit Bainbridge Island, Kitsap Tourism Coalition, they want 855.1.
What did we give them last time?
They got one.
Who?
Did they
Visit
Bainbridge Island?
Visit
Give them
Bainbridge.
340. They got 3.5 and 24.
And then visit Kitsap.
Yeah, because those were the last two we did and we apportioned.
Well, and we still have Greater Kitsap here too.
Well, and to be fair, though, last year, at the time, there was some unknown visit Kitsap.
There was, yeah.
A lot of questions about what was going on, and they had to go through an audit about where the money was going, various things. So that wasn't discussed at all, but assuming that's all been.
Correct.
It's all
That's
squared
all
away.
been squared away. They passed the audit. Okay.
Got new staff.
New staff. Well, she was there last year. But
Yeah,
new
but-
last year. She just walked in.
She walked in.
Just walked in. So.
Correct.
So should we do the small ones first and then come back to these two ginormous?
Well,
ones?
and we still have Greater Kitsap, who's also a large one, not as large as the other ones, but we have the chambers. So Greater Kingston Chamber is 70.1.
And then you got the Port Orchard Chamber.
And then you have the Port Orchard Chamber. 21, and yeah, that's it.
And if I remember correctly, the Port Orchard Chamber was part of KTC last year.
Yeah.
And Kingston's unincorporated. So there's-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kingston is unincorporated.
So City of Port Orchard Chamber then, 21,431.
And they did not ask last year.
They did
So
not,
They were part
they-
of the other that coalition.
They've only asked once
And
since I've
Kingston
stepped.
did not ask last year.
Because they were
part of that coalition as well.
Yep.
So, which I think maybe wasn't as beneficial as they'd hoped or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think she said they were gonna be like $30,000, $34,000.
Yeah, but she also said
They
that
did
there was a
benefit from,
trade-off.
yeah, they benefited from the advertising a little bit.
Yeah.
But obviously they didn't think it was good enough for trade-off to stick with it again, so.
Well, on the Port Orchard one, it is a 2-day event, right? So there could be teams from, coming from out of area.
That's right, it's the cornhole.
Yeah, the cornhole thing.
Yeah.
So I would say, I was looking at about 20,000.
Or 20.
Yeah.
And what was in Kingston?
They were at 70,000 ads.
Kingston, 70.1. Last year they didn't apply. They were with the Tourism Coalition. The year before that, they did apply. I didn't bring that with me, but we did give them the year before that.
And they're unincorporated.
They are unincorporated.
What do you think about 50?
Wait a minute, which one are we talking about?
Greater
Kingston.
Kingston.
I'll put a 40,000 place.
40? You good with that?
Yeah, I was.
With that? Okay.
I'm over here already shaking numbers.
Okay. I know.
Because I know it's.
3 years, remember, 3 years.
Okay, so now do we have just 3 left?
We do have 3 left, and let's not worry about that bottom part until after we've plugged them in. It's gonna give us anxiety.
Where are you at?
Greater
So
Kitsap,
Greater Kitsap Chamber.
last year, they.
Just a note on Kingston, you were asking 23.
So they
They
requested.
asked it for 110 and they got 85.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca.
Mhm.
Did you guys hear that?
No.
Greater Kingston in 23 asked for
110 and they got 85. And in that same year, Whaling Days asked for 45 and they got 22. It's quite a bit different just 2 years ago.
How much was the total give out though?
1.7.
Not as many.
not as many applicants, yeah. So Greater Kitsap is 426,464.
We got 198,500 last year. They're actually asking for less than last year.
Wow. So should we put what we did last year, 198?
198,500 was last year's award.
Do that for now?
The starting point.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go down then to visit Bainbridge Island. It's at Tourism Coalition, 855,100.
We give them 345.25.
We didn't want to, they asked for 787.
That's for cities, they got 340,525.
So let's do what we did last year and see how it goes. What do you think?
The one big thing that they're doing that I'm sure wasn't in the thing was that the World
Soccer.
Cup, which is $115,000, which is, I mean, it's not white. You know, I mean, it's, so they're asking for $68,000 more, but you know, that's $115,000 thing that they're throwing in there. Sure, still will be in last year.
What was that?
345.25.
Maybe just make it one around it to 340,500.
Sure.
Or 340.
340.
Even.
340?
340 even.
Okay, visit Kitsap Peninsula.
We gave them 295. Then they asked for 650. This year they're asking for 891.
295 and see where we're at. Okay.
All right, we got $450,000.
So that's what we need to shake. So
Just go to the commissioners.
I'm down to 160,000. Or
down, so we're still over in your book.
yeah, but
Okay, so you.
I'm just plugging numbers.
So
just to
let's
see
go
where we
through
can
mine
get.
and we'll compare
Yeah.
with yours, and if they all agree, then we'll change. Admiral Theater, ours is 110,000.
Don't yell at me for these numbers, y'all. I'm just trying to make the math work. It's unbiased. 55.
Oh, that's kind of, honestly, that's where I was thinking because it is a Bremerton one.
It is a
Bremerton LTAC. But
Yeah, I think that's the whole idea of cities versus
Right.
unincorporated is one way to pick up.
because that's, you know.
Shame. or
So
whatever.
what you're saying and what we're talking about is we want, just to make sure, we want to prioritize the unincorporated Kitsap events and organizations over
A little bit of city
the stuff that's in cities that have an opportunity to receive another LTAC source.
That's my thought. That's how I would look at this. If they have the opportunity to be in the city should be the primary, we should be like a secondary.
I personally would agree with that thought process.
Yeah, I agree with that. 50,000 sounds really low, but
55,000.
Change it again.
Do I change the color or leave it?
Leave it, we can come back.
Okay.
We're still good.
Arts and Humanities, Bainbridge Island, 20,000.
15.
That was this for a single event?
No, it was.
No.
Refresh my memory again.
oh yeah, it is, right?
It is, but I think their event's like a month long.
I think it's like a month long.
Right.
Change it to 10.
10.
But
Second.
they got Bainbridge Island.
Oh, that's true.
Also,
Bainbridge.
the Bainbridge Island LTAC.
Okay. Bainbridge Island Museum of Art.
We gave them the last one. So is that, are we in the same boat though? Did they get, and assuming they get Bainbridge Island as well?
So 10.
10.
Bremerton Rotary Foundation, Blackberry, 21,500.
That is a match of last year, right?
Yeah.
I plugged in 18.
I was gonna say, we go 17.5.
So 18. Okay. Symphony, 25,000.
I have it.
I say go to 20. You gotta chip away something.
Downtown Bremerton, 70,000.
Kept it at 70, but I think it needs to drop to 50.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
50?
think
Okay. Kingston Chamber. Leave it at 40, okay. Greater Kitsap Chamber, 198.5.
F-150. That's probably still on straight.
150, anybody have a problem with that? Kingston Historical, 3,000.
I still think that's, we can.
We'll still leave that red then,
Yeah.
since you guys still
This is-
obviously
yeah.
have concerns about that. So we'll leave it red. Did you have it at 3,000 or less?
I just left it at 3 because it's so small.
Kitsap Builder Association, 70.
Still on it, 70. Yes, let's see.
Because that's at the fairgrounds, right?
It is at fairgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
They got 70 last year. Didn't they see an increase this year's participation? But it's still below COVID, if I recall.
It was still below.
And they didn't get LTAC before that this year.
No, Builder, last year was their first year filing with us.
Yeah. So they've been
I'm
able.
gonna say 60.
So I'm gonna say they've been able to make it work with no LTAC.
Stampede, 100,000, a 60% split.
I have them at 70.
Oh. Fine.
Again, we're still playing with numbers.
Yeah.
This is one because it's a Kitsap one. I'm more hesitant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
I mean,
leave it for right
if
now?
she made the rep, we may have to.
Okay,
Let's
so
leave
how
it-
about we leave it?
Leave it
at-
at 100, yeah.
Okay. History Museum, 60,000.
Last year they got 72.5.
Okay, I must have missed it at 60. So
That is in downtown Bremerton.
Okay.
So it is downtown.
Yes.
So if we went to 50.
50.
Naval Undersea Museum, 5,000.
That's in Keyport, so that's incorporated.
I'd say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chamber of Commerce, 20,000 for the cornhole.
I left them.
Okay.
But you
Puget
could
Sound,
get Orchard LTAC,
I could.
Yeah,
and we're
so-
only cutting by 1,000. I'm
Yeah.
thinking we should
Put
go
them down
to
to
15.
You're a sword.
Puget Sound Navy Museum, 7,500.
I think these are.
That's downtown Bremerton as well.
So,
And I believe last year, didn't they get 5,000?
yeah, 5,000 is usually
Yeah.
the rack, but he said they increased because the price increased of the rack.
Yeah.
Because he always asks for 5,000.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, he did the
Yeah,
year before.
always. And it's always just the cost of the rack.
So from the. Keep it at 5.
But does he get? He gets the
Bremerton and the other funding sources.
Yeah.
I think we should keep it at
Let me
5,000.
see. But it's the Navy, so it's kind of
Right.
serving more the county.
Yeah.
So I put it to 5,000.
They got 5,000 from Bremerton last year.
Roxy Bremerton, 20.
No, 10. 10.
Well, let me.
They didn't
So
apply
less
last year.
than the Orchard
Yeah.
Chamber.
Sea Discovery, 40,000.
I was gonna say 34.5 on that one because that's what now we're just down to the operating cost.
Round numbers.
Make it 34.
34.
35.
34.5 is still a round number. It's 34,500.
No, rounded at thousands for Lee's
Alright.
insanity.
And then Silverdale Whaling Days, 110.
Yeah, I dropped it to 70.
Which is less than last year.
Okay, so when
How
that's
many
not
days
agreed.
is
I
when?
don't.
No, because they're
necessarily
unincorporated. I don't think we should cut them that much.
Yeah, I don't think
No.
so either.
Is that like a
Last year they got
weekend thing?
75.
So it's
80, 90.
Well, okay, so here's how I would phrase this. Which is bigger, the fair and Stampede or Whaling? From our tourism aspect.
Which the fair and Stampede over a week, it was a week, basically. Well, not quite a week, it's what, 5 days?
Yeah,
Thursday, Friday,
that they show up a day or two early.
Right. So it's like 5 days, whereas Whaling Days is a weekend. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
I know,
But there again, they show up on a Thursday to start setting up for it, right?
yeah, my question isn't necessarily how long it hurts, what's bringing in the most.
What brings in the most revenue for
that,
the community?
yeah. Like how many people come through I can't remember the numbers on it, like how many people come through the rodeo versus how many come in.
I think
Whaling
the
Days.
rodeo simply because people are coming further away with families.
Okay.
Silverdale is more.
That's more a local centric thing.
But they still generate.
Yeah, I mean, I just know that we're sold out. For both events, we were sold out. So,
Yeah.
and I'm not a local.
So do it the same as, so down to 100,000, the same as the,
Or maybe go.
Fair.
Fair and Stampede also doesn't charge admission.
Oh.
oh
Right?
yeah, and so.
I know they were free for a long time.
There-
Did they
there
start
was-
charging again?
Yeah.
They started charging again, I believe.
Seniors are free one day.
So do you
Military.
wanna drop Silverdale Whaling to 100 to match the fair right now and then come back to it, or how do you want to do that?
Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Sunny Jack, 85.
I dropped it to 50.
Last year, she got $72,050.
So I've got two who wants 50.
I agree with 50.
Agree? Visit Bainbridge Island, 340.
Obviously, there's no way we can do that, so.
I dropped it to 250.
We'll try that.
Yeah.
Oh, I've already got this balance.
Yeah.
Okay, well, why don't you save us time then?
Because y'all are gonna scream at some of these.
Well, okay, so
You're
visit
almost there.
Peninsula, visit Kitsap Peninsula, 29.5 is what I have.
250.
Okay, let's see what she's doing here. Science and Engineering Fair.
I left it at 71.
And Golf Association left it for
2,000.
And then Wayzgoose was 12.
I left Wayzgoose at 12. I think there's a little bit of
There's
room there.
74,000 I need to.
Wait a minute, is
Okay.
she only asking 12 down there?
Wayzgoose.
She gets Bremerton, right?
She goes to Bremerton.
So I don't think we should give it the full 12, if we're gonna stay
Okay,
consistent with the other
so
ones,
let's do
right?
6.
6.
All right, so I'm $6,000 off.
So 68,000 off. Where else did you change? Because we're not matched.
I know.
It must be some of the ones we already did.
And just so you feel
All
better,
right.
last year Wayzgoose got 6,000.
Okay, so Admiral 55, Arts and Humanities 10, FEMA 10, Blackberry 18, Symphony 20, Downtown Bremerton 50. I think that one can be shaved. Greater Kingston 40, Greater Kitsap 150, Kingston Historical 3, Builder Association 60. Don't get mad at me. Fair and Stampede 70.
Okay.
History Museum 50.
Hold on, so let me put 70 over here. Is
What was
anybody
the-
rejecting the 70? Because then I need to change my notes.
Yeah, I think that's too much.
That's too,
Too much of a cut?
yeah, that's too. I think keep it at a.
But hold on, but there was another one you also.
Let me get down through
Yeah.
the
Can you
shave
scroll
offs.
down a little
Can
bit
you
more?
put the 70 on there just so we can have a comparison? for those?
Okay.
Yeah, the bigger, or just leave it white. That would go back to-
Yeah. There was another one above that though. She also had a different number on.
The Kitsap Builder Association? I thought she had 60.
I did.
Okay.
Wasn't there another one?
No, I think we're good on
It
that.
was
No, it was the downtown.
No, she said that would still needs to be shaved.
Oh, okay, that's what it
Yeah.
was.
So History Museum 50. Okay.
Undersea 5.
Okay.
Fort Orchard 10.
Okay.
Navy Museum 5. Okay. Roxy 15. I think that one can be shared possibly.
We have
I
a
had
10, we have a
10.
10.
Oh, you did have two, okay. Yeah. Sea Discovery 30.
Okay.
Whaling Days 60. I know, I'm trust.
Put Mark next to it.
Yeah.
You put 60 megabytes.
Oops, I'm not trying to be mean to anybody. I'm trying to be fair and splits.
Sunny Jack,
50.
okay. Tourism Coalition, still 250.
250.
And 250 for.
And 250.
75 for,
2
and then 2 and 6.
So now we're $6,000 off.
I'm 11,000.
That's because we get one that you're always five.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But I'm 11,000 to give.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, give. The two?
You know, we still have the one in red. I still have
Yes.
2,000 of that money is food for them to attend. I just feel like we shouldn't be giving $3,000 for.
Not for the Kingston. The food was for the.
Golf association.
No,
there's a
Oh, there's a food.
thing.
Oh, because they don't want to do it themselves.
Right, they don't want
That's
to.
right. That's right.
So there you go, you got 2,000 right there.
Yeah.
So 1,000?
1,000.
Make them 1,000.
Sorry, I just.
Okay.
No.
So what's
So
it leave us
now,
at the
now
bottom?
we have to add 13,000 somewhere.
So Whaling Days, I think we checked Whaling Days.
Yeah, Whaling Days and the other one is.
So hang on, let's go back up.
So the two that we have the X's on is Stampede and Whaling Days.
Right, but in order to increase those, we should probably look at anything that's within cities to decrease. Because like $11,000 is nothing to add back to anyone at this point.
13, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, and I would agree with that.
Well, because because like right now we have, no, that's a bad example because they do outside Bremerton. I was about to say the same thing. Downtown Bremerton.
The Downtown Bremerton Association.
Like they got 22,000 from Bremerton last year. I don't know what their ask was. No, I'm saying
last year.
Their Bremerton asked last year.
They got 22,000 from Bremerton.
Last year.
For a Bremerton organization.
So then.
Should we?
25,000?
That would still be more than what the city's providing.
Correct.
And if earlier we thought that the city should take precedence as the primary funding source, and the secondary should be the county. 20,000.
20?
I'm good with that.
Okay, so now that puts us at 43,000.
Is there anything else?
I'm changing this back to. Yeah.
So do we want to show more off or incorporated?
So we have a Kitsap History Museum is 50.
Yep. Undersea 5,000. Forager Chamber 10. Navy Museum 5.
Sea Discovery. And the Paulsbo Fund. Even though they said it was, sorry.
I was wondering if you have access to see what they gave out for the Bremerton LTAC question. Yeah,
that's what I've been saying.
Well, I thought, oh, you have it up. Yeah, I thought you were looking at their presentations.
No. This is Bremerton's straight website for LTAC approved funding for fiscal year 24. So for Paulsbo,
my question is, what is it that you want to increase? if we just, because as we go right now, it's how, what's the amount that we can increase it by?
43,000.
So why are we cutting more when you still have to spend 43,000?
Well, because there were so many gasps at
Oh, well, yeah.
the fair and whaling days.
Well, yeah, so put,
Like if we want to make sure we get,
put
you know.
what we've got back into the fair and whaling.
Should we talk about the two big, which ones?
Well,
Do you feel like they both deserve the same amount of money?
Which ones are you talking
Between
about?
the.
Visit Kitsap and visit Bainbridge.
Yeah.
So the two largest ones is 855 and 891.
Yeah.
Does a visit Kitsap get LTAC money from the cities as well?
They do.
They do, but I think we're the larger portion. Historic.
It's the same thing with, the same with the other one, so Bainbridge Island one, visit Kitsap.
They're new. Last year was the first time they applied.
And last year,
So
visit Bainbridge Island got 340,000 and visit Kitsap got 295.
So BKPOs are requested 80,000 from Polsco this year. Port Orchard doesn't have any information about the requests.
No.
Their meeting was October, or their meeting's October 30th, so tomorrow.
So with what we have now, if I were to add that 43,000 back in.
So I just did. I changed the fair and Stampede to 93,000 and then whaling days to 80.
That makes us square.
Wait.
So let's look at this again.
So we were talking about visit Kitsap, we were talking about was the Bainbridge Island.
Yeah.
We have all these chambers, and they all are overlapping with what they're trying to provide.
I know it's.
Is it really providing that much value?
I just think they're asking so astronomical. Like to me, I don't know if this feels like they're throwing out a gigantic number, hoping we'll be like, oh, we'll really give them a quarter of it.
Right. So the question is, I guess, to discuss is, do we see that there's value in having them all competing for the money to do the same thing? Or does it make more sense to put more of those monies into actual events, into those specific things within the county, rather than duplicating our efforts?
That's a good question. If you've got 3 different organizations that will take your event and basically you give them the information, they put it out in 3 different locations. It's just 3 different websites. I mean, it's, which
are all using the
comes up.
exact same
I mean,
channels.
it's the same date, time, and location. I mean, what I see that they are good at is doing the broad, these are the events for the year, and somehow publishing that out there. But you think they work together. I mean,
so
well, they
it's
each
really-
have an
So,
agenda.
that was
We learned
published last year.
last year in our presentations that there's clearly an agenda, and there was a differentiation between the chamber's agenda and what Visit Kitsap wanted to do.
Oh, there's an obvious animosity among all.
Correct.
Yeah, coalitions or groups or whatever. Right?
So, but the question still comes back to the amount of money we allocated this last year. What did we really get for it? Did it really increase the tourism, or was it the events that increased
and the other
tourism?
the other argument could be is if you don't have a good event, you're not going to get those tourists to come back.
Right.
And that's I mean, looking at the 2 bigger events, the whaling days and the Stampede, where's the other resources that they can get funding for? I mean, so I kind of be in favor of reducing both the two visitor things down and give the money back to the Stampede and
Wheeling days.
yeah. The other one is the Blackberry Fest. So that brings a lot of people in.
That one has 18,000.
So how much did they get from Bremerton last year?
Oh, 10,000.
Oh, no.
10,000.
Yeah, Blackberry Festival got 10,000 from Bremerton last year. I have a procedural question.
Last year, Blackberry.
When we finalize the distribution suggestion to the commissioners, can we also provide opinion for a procedural request? AKA, this is where I'm getting at, requesting the commissioners to consider doing a program to accept applications for an official county DMO.
We are already doing that.
Yeah, that's all.
You're already in here. You're in here. We're gonna try and do a solicitation.
Okay, I wasn't for sure if that was just conversational.
No,
or
he's actually gonna be working on the scope of that with the commissioners.
Okay.
Glenn.
Okay.
How does that get paid? Is that from lodging tax it gets paid?
I would imagine we
Yeah.
allocate a portion of our this is the way, at least by the RFP sample that I saw.
Yeah.
There's a dedicated amount within the lodging tax already that's going to be committed to them no matter what. And I don't know if they didn't do a deep enough dive on it yet to see if they're doing a percentage of that or, you know, they get 30% of the allocation
Is that starting in
automatically.
2026?
I think we want to have it. I'd like to have it up. Yeah, we want to get it in
Because
place
would
for
they,
2025.
people that are getting lodging tax now and apply for DMO get a double dip? Or how does
No,
that
but
work?
this would be.
No,
we
because
get
it's
it in-
26 funding.
Right.
Certain-
So we would
so
come into,
want-
we would establish our DMO next year and it would be
Yeah.
up and running.
Oh, yeah, 26, I was gonna say, yeah.
But, and DOCC, they have to
There's a
vet the
lot-
whole thing.
Right, it's gonna be very, they're gonna have to have their fingerprints all over.
And they're gonna
Yeah.
probably write a very large bulk of the scope, I would assume. We're gonna give them something, but then.
Yeah, I'm sure by the time it gets back to me again, it's gonna look different.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be possible though, because would there be any kind of a conflict for the commission?
To go over the scope, no, but when we go out to bid, it's gonna go through purchasing.
Okay.
The evaluations,
Right.
yeah, it's gonna.
They won't be evaluated
Well, and that's the-
either.
Well, that's.
Would that ultimately require ordinance?
It might.
I think it would.
I think it does.
I think it
The
would.
ordinance would have to be changed every 60, because it wouldn't be a permanent thing. We'd go out to bid every single time.
Every year?
Yeah,
No.
we could go out to bid, or are we gonna?
I
keep
would,
it?
I would, I would
We
say
wanna keep it?
for
So-
at least a period of time.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
even-
Yeah,
even a
well,
3-year cycle.
well, I was thinking a 5-year cycle.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Like
no,
ordinance.
yeah,
Yeah, and then
exactly.
we rebid after.
Yeah, I
5
wouldn't
years.
do less than 3 years.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah,
like
because
So you gotta give it time
Yes.
to ramp up.
You're trying to get me to
Well,
find
we
another
just-
job,
I
have
was
to deal with it, trying to
Just-
deal with the
just
commissioners
the-
every year.
Just getting the ROI on getting the setup of this.
Yeah, no, that was.
5-year cycle would have to.
That was
Yeah.
conversations that we already knew when we started seeing other jurisdictions doing it. It intrigued me. And so we started pulling it. And we had samples to move off of.
Yeah, and
Sorry
that's.
to divert.
No,
it's a
and
good-
at
it's
least
a
by
good
the
question.
sample I saw, yeah, there's a dedicated amount of whatever, whatever.
That streamlines this process in the future then for where some of that money goes.
They kind of did that years and years ago when it was just. They kind of said, okay, they're gonna be kind of the designated. I don't think it was formal.
Unofficially official.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So where we stand right now?
So are we talking about still?
Sorry, we're talking about, I mean, I am
Changing the
square
two
on my form, but it just depends on what you guys and gals agree to. So this is what I have, Admiral Theater, 55,000, or requested 170,000, recommend 55,000. Arts and Humanities, Bainbridge Island, 27,000, ask, 10,000 recommendation. Bainbridge Island Museum of Art, 20,000 ask, 10,000 recommendation. Blackberry Festival, 49,500, 18,000 recommendation. Bremerton Symphony, 34,000 ask, 20,000 recommendation. Downtown Bremerton Association, 161,900 ask, 20,000 recommendation. Kingston Chamber of Commerce, 70,100 ask, 40,000 recommendation. Greater Kitsap Chamber, 426,464 ask, 150,000 recommendation. Kingston Historical Society, 3,000 ask, 1,000 recommendation. Kitsap Builder Association, 200,000 ask, 60,000 recommendation. Kitsap Fair and Stampede, 128,500 ask, 93,000 recommendation. Kitsap History Museum, 105,960 ask, 50,000 recommendation. Naval Undersea Museum Foundation, 5,000 ask, 5,000 recommendation. Port Orchard Chamber of Commerce, 21,431 ask, 10,000 recommendation. Puget Sound Navy Museum, 7,500 ask, 5,000 recommendation. Roxy Bremerton, 20,000 ask, 10,000 recommendation. Sea Discovery Center, 55,200 ask, 30,000 recommendation. Silverdale Whaling Days, $480,000 ask, 80,000 recommendation. Sunny Jack Events, 290,000 ask, 50,000 recommendation. Visit Bainbridge Island, Kitsap Tourism Coalition, $855,100 ask, 250,000 recommendation. Visit Kitsap Peninsula, 891,226,000, 250,000 recommendation. Washington State Science and Engineering Fair, 75,000 ask, 75,000 recommendation. Washington State Golf Association, 4,000 ask, 2,000 recommendation. Wayzgoose Kitsap Festival, 12,000 ask, 6,000 recommendation, for a total of 1.3 million. How does everybody feel about that?
I'm happy we're balanced. But
Yeah.
That's all.
I-
I'm not.
I think I agree with us, saying maybe we don't give as much to these big.
The two
It's
big
not
ones.
a coalition.
Yeah.
And disperse some of that more through the events.
So one thing I would have to say to counter that is, and I can't remember, so help me remember from last year. The Kitsap Tourism Coalition, what all was under that umbrella?
This year.
No.
Last year was
So last year was the first year that the Kitsap Tourism Coalition exists.
Right.
And it's a coalition of chambers and whatnot.
So last year was the chambers.
Except for Bremerton, Silverdale.
Except for Bremerton, Silverdale.
Because they said that the coalition formed before.
Yes.
Or after they already had their application in.
And that's why Port Orchard Chamber and Kingston did not have an ask last year, did not
Right,
receive anything. And then that's split off since last year.
It's still called coalition, but I didn't hear them mention the other chambers. So I don't really know.
Who else was in that umbrella?
So
And
what you're
looking-
saying, you don't know what the coalition is doing this year?
Yeah, like what groups?
Are
So
in
so
the-
what
Is it in their
areas?
application at all?
I can't remember. As far as the larger groups, so Bremerton 24, Visit Kitsap was the only one, besides from Downtown Bremerton Association not coming up. But out of the largest requesters, Visit Kitsap was the only one that requested, and they were granted 55,000 from Bremerton last year. Oh, wait a minute. Greater Kitsap Chamber did also. They got 70.
Yeah, one thing too, these chambers coming over to the county, we want to throw out there, their operations, especially the Visit Kitsaps, the Greater Kitsap Chamber, the operations are funded, and depending on whether or not they get funded, they can operate.
Yeah.
And I don't know historically what Bremerton gives to say the likes of Visit Kitsap versus what the county gives towards that? What did we give Visit Kitsap last year? It was in the 300,000.
295 last year.
Gosh.
The coalition.
Was it?
Coalition got.
Visit Kitsap.
Oh,
Yeah, Visit Kitsap got 295 last year from the county. They got 55,000 from Bremerton. Very different presentation year to year. I mean, we're also talking like we had 600,000 plus. We had 600,000 plus more than Bremerton to grant last year.
Yeah, and plus we even had more applicants this year as
I
well.
was gonna say there's also more applicants,
Right. It's just,
and $100,000 less.
money can only
Yeah.
spread so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do agree, I think the events should get more money because they are the ones bringing the people in. It's hard. Yeah.
I mean,
So-
how much are we thinking, like, are we saying we shave an extra $50,000 total off of those two and distribute that to the events, or we got 100,000, like, what are we talking in terms of a dollar amount? It doesn't make sense. Like, if you added another, $25,000 to Whaling Days, and where are we at on the Stampede, 93?
93.
That would literally give the Stampede the exact pass. So is that what we're talking about doing, or are we talking about shaving just a little bit more, adding it? Are we talking like, and who are we talking about giving it? Taking it just solely those two?
Yeah, I mean, that's. the
Or are we talking
question.
about those two plus a couple of the one large ask for the chamber? Like where are we talking about shifting?
She just had made the comment that she won't be able to do this, continue this.
But that
without a
doesn't-
salary.
She got 40,000 last year from Bremerton, and then 10,000 for Blackberry Festival from Bremerton.
10,000 Blackberry Festival.
In Bremerton.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's in Bremerton.
I don't know what the ask was. I just
Right.
say the grants. What was actually awarded.
But like, it's not our responsibility to keep people doing things. And she's running an event business.
And is in the process of applying for a nonprofit.
And is in the process of running a nonprofit. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not our job to, and this might be because I've just been in operations for so long. It's not my job to keep you employed, right? It's, you got to figure out how to run your business towards it, but not rely on me to do that.
They shouldn't become solely dependent on project tax, because at some point that
There's
gravy
no
train's
guarantee.
gonna run out.
Right,
So
absolutely. Yeah.
we're at we went from 1.7 to 1.4 to now 1.3, and the prediction is 900,000
Yeah.
for next year. So that may or may not happen. We don't know.
Hotels
If
out
that's
there.
the case, you're still gonna have everybody coming to the trough, and it's going to be small.
Right, get DCU going.
Yeah,
Those commercial hotels.
yeah.
A boutique hotel right on the water.
Right on the water.
Makes
That's
yours.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
With some other attractions there.
Oh, have a rooftop bar? It'd be- Trust me,
Kayak launch.
Kayak, yes, dock.
absolutely. Listen, I already know what it should look like. It's just seeing if we can get the.
I've said the same thing about, you got the Silverdale, Port of Silverdale, it's like, really, why don't they do something with their dog? And do like what they did here in Bremerton, Marina, maybe not to the same extent.
Right.
But make it to where voters want to come and stay and can stay for the.
Make it a revenue.
So are we still gonna change this then, or are we gonna leave this as is? What are we thinking?
I'd like to go back down to the bottom, and those 250, I'd like to reduce those down to 225 apiece. And
Yeah, that's what I
You
was
gotta
saying.
allocate them both to
Now,
the
yeah,
other events.
to the other, to the, either the,
Oh, let's see what that looks like.
You take 25 from each.
I think too, Phil, the commissioners will be asking for sort of an explanation or what some of the decision points were.
They
So
didn't
it's
ask
good
me,
that you're.
they didn't ask me last year.
So who gets the 50?
Tell them they can watch the recording.
Yeah.
Oh, would that not work?
What kind of questions did they have last year?
They didn't ask, I didn't go present.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, it really depends on what I put in the summary. I try to put summaries in all of them so they
that's
understand where our mindset was.
Oh, that's
when
good.
I,
this was
I think
done.
mapping it out and explaining that the focus of the county lodging tax was to focus on county.
I'm writing my,
County events.
because I know there's gonna be questions. I'm writing notes and then, we'll just, I mean, if
I'm always around.
Yeah.
You know where my office is.
So that gives you an extra 50,000, right? So if you're taking that 50,000 and you want to split that between Whaling Days and the Stampede, you're giving the Stampede their full ask minus $500, and you're giving Whaling Days, was that 115?
So. Because I'm the numbers person.
what was the whaling?
105. 105.
oh, where am I? 105.
I know, I was trying to find it too.
So you're giving Whaling Days 105.
No, I'm over.
By 10.
So 115.
Yeah, wait, there's 115.
You added 25 instead
I
of
did.
just.
Should be less than.
What did you do for the,
the?
what did you give to the fair?
Fair should be 118.
Oh, 118, yeah, that's my fault.
Oh.
I gave you the wrong. That was my bad math.
Okay, so.
There we go. Okay, now we're.
So then that's 10,000 less than they asked, and it's. Which I still think is.
Pretty amazing.
So by doing that, I'm just gonna pull some numbers out. Tourism Coalition, that is 26% of their ask. Visit Kitsap Peninsula is at 25% of their ask. Greater Kitsap Chamber is currently 35% of their ask. And who else?
Their asks are pretty exorbitant this year.
And
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we're, I'm
Just
not
to
trying to
go,
single
yeah.
out
Yeah.
or
But they're-
protect. So if we're gonna take away from
Why'd you
KTC
do-
and
yeah.
BKP, then should we do the same for GKC?
Well, Greater Kitsap, that's Silverdale too. So
That's Silverdale
Silverdale
and
and
Burroughs.
Bremerton and Silverdale's incorporated, so.
So are these your percentages then, or?
I mean, and there's
So
nobody
what
saying
do
that we can't take
what's
some
the average?
out. I mean,
Right.
we were just
Right.
using those two, so there's no absolute ones.
47% average.
So I need 60%.
What's the largest, which group got the largest?
What? Well, just the apps. Wait.
Well, we could always cut that side story.
Well, I mean, some of the, I was opening them and looking at them, I'm like, oh my God.
I did a presentation.
$74.99.
So I left the houses.
Okay,
Right.
bring it around to us. Say, where are we at?
Yeah.
How do we feel?
I think
Are
it's
we done?
good. I think we're done.
I would say I'm happy with this. If you guys want to fine tune some more. But I think this shows this committee's approach to wanting to focus on unincorporated Kitsap events.
Right.
And put less focus on the city ones where they haven't done a lodging tax.
So with that, is everybody in agreement, and does that mean we can adjourn?
So just, what are the ones that we said we cut 100%? Just for, you said,
Sorry?
you said there was ones that were 100%, we cut them 100%?
No, nobody was cut 100%.
Oh, no, we only have two
True.
that have 100%.
They're receiving.
Oh,
They're receiving 100% requests, but
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
100%
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I was thinking wrongly. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so it looks like
That's not bad.
we are done.
That's good.
Thank you.
Gosh.
I need
Yes.
everything.
Oh, yeah.
Can we keep the tab?
Oh, absolutely. You can keep that if you want to.
No,
Mine is
no,
totally
no.
not.
I don't know if I read it.
Well, stupid me, I went. looking at
Got it.
this.
Why am I
Okay.
keeping the pen?
Can we get a Dairy Queen now?
I read it.
Mom, can we get a Dairy Queen?
Oh my
now?
Can you stop sharing that? There we go. Okay, this concludes the 2024 meetings of the Kitsap County Lodging Tax Committee.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Please don't
you.
forget to-